நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோஸ்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு நம்ம சேர்த்திடும். பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோஸ்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு நம்ம சேர்த்திடும். செய்யும் அந்த தியானம் அது சித்தம் தெளிவாக்கிடும். சித்தம் தெளிவாக அது தெய்வீகத்தை கூட்டிடும். செய்யும் அந்த தியானம் அது சித்தம் தெளிவாக்கிடும். சித்தம் தெளிவாக அது தெய்வீகத்தை கூட்டிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். சொந்தமாக்க எண்ணி விட சேர்ந்திடாம ஓடிடும். தென்றலாக வீசிடும் தேகந்தா சிலிர்த்திடும். சொந்தமாக்க எண்ணி விட சேர்ந்திடாம ஓடிடும். கைகளும் துறக்க அது கனிவுடனே நிறைஞ்சிடும். இதயத்துக்குள்ள இனிதாக வரும் ஆனந்தம். கைகளும் துறக்க அது கனிவுடனே நிறைஞ்சிடும். இதயத்துக்குள்ள இனிதாக வரும் ஆனந்தம். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்.
Nithyanandam. Today is the auspicious 7th day of the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Brahmotsavam, the Karthigaidheebam Bhu-Loka. We are now witnessing the preparations for the grand Rathotsavam in Tiruvannamalai. Our beloved Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, used to travel along with annamalaiyar as he goes around the temple during these grand festivities. The Shivacharyas, from generations before, are eyewitness the young avatar walking along with the chariots, pulling them along with everyone else. They described it that he would see it as his responsibility to make sure that annamalaiyar is taken around and everyone celebrates the happening of annamalaiyar. Every time annamalaiyar would step onto the streets and grace the Vadavidi, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, would ensure that it was his responsibility to go with annamalaiyar throughout the whole procession. Today, we are witnessing the grandest procession with 5 chariots. It is on this very day Paramashiva graced the very Bhu-Loka, where the element of wood is there. Hence, Paramashiva graces in the wooden chariot and liberates all of the Bhu-Loka, wood being a unique element in the Bhu-Loka alone. All the beings of all the lokas, in fact, are present within the chariot. The chariot is even a diagrammatic representation of the 14 lokas, the 7 below and the 7 above, showing that Paramashiva himself is the spindle, the central spindle of the whole cosmos. This Rathotsavam is a grand festival, and the chariot is so huge. The festival itself takes the whole day to complete the circumambulation. It is in the Avatar Leela that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, as a young boy, would go back all the way till the end of the procession and ensure that the deities who have graced during the Rathotsavam go back to the temple and are kept safely back in their home. The Shivacharyas that witnessed the young avatar describe with deep devotion how he would be with this procession from end to end until the final Deeparadhana, the final Arati is given. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself will be with the chariots and be with the deities. We are now witnessing the preparations for the Grand Rathotsavam. The chariots are being prepared. The largest of the chariots carrying annamalaiyar, Paramashiva himself, followed by Unnamalaiyamman, Subramanya Swami, Mahaganavati and Chandikeshwara Swami. Leading the procession, of course, as always, is Mahaganavati, followed by Subramanya Swami, then Arunachaleshwara himself, the largest of the chariots, followed by Unnamalaiyamman, and the fifth of the Panchamurthys, Chandikeshwara Swami, closes the processional lineup. It is from the Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi, where all of these cherished traditions, plans to be a part of this grand festival were made. It is where the young avatar was being brought up and where he cherished and planned his whole day with the deities. He would spend most of his time in the temple itself. It was in the Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi where he planned and ensured that he would always be there when the deities come out of the temple, and planned to make sure that he would never miss even one festival, even one procession of annamalaiyar. We are now witnessed by the early morning darshan of Arunachaleshwara, the sacred hill of Paramashiva himself, magnificently glowing in the early morning light.
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோஸ்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு நம்ம சேர்த்திடும். பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோத்திரம் நித்யன சக்தியெல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தியெல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். சொந்தமாக்க எண்ணி விட சேர்ந்திடாம ஓடிடும். தென்றலாக வீசிடும் தேகந்தா சிலிர்த்திடும். சொந்தமாக்க எண்ணி விட சேர்ந்திடாம ஓடிடும். கைகளும் துறக்க அது கனிவுடனே நிறைஞ்சிடும். இதயத்துக்குள்ள இனிதாக வரும் ஆனந்தம். கைகளும் துறக்க அது கனிவுடனே நிறைஞ்சிடும். இதயத்துக்குள்ள இனிதாக வரும் ஆனந்தம். சக்தியெல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தியெல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். சொர்க்கலோகம் என்பதும் நரகலோகம் என்பதும் வெளியில் தானே உள்ளதுன்னு வீணாகத்தான் தேடினோம். சொர்க்கலோகம் என்பதும் நரகலோகம் என்பதும் வெளியில் தானே உள்ளதுன்னு வீணாகத்தான் தேடினோம். கொண்ட எண்ணம் தானே அந்த நிலைய நமக்கு காட்டிடும். எண்ணம் தெளிவாக மன சொர்க்க வாழ்வை கண்டிடும். கொண்ட எண்ணம் தானே அந்த நிலைய நமக்கு காட்டிடும். எண்ணம் தெளிவாக மன சொர்க்க வாழ்வை கண்டிடும். சக்தியெல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தியெல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். வளருகின்ற எண்ணமோ வாழ்வ சோகமாக்கிடும். ஆழ்ந்து செயல் செய்ய அது மாயமா மறைஞ்சிடும். வளருகின்ற எண்ணமோ வாழ்வ சோகமாக்கிடும். ஆழ்ந்து செயல் செய்ய அது மாயமா மறைஞ்சிடும். மீண்டும் உருவாகும் அந்த சக்தி தன்னை தீர்த்திடும். என்ன மறைந்தோட அது ஆன்மீகத்தில் சேர்த்திடும். மீண்டும் உருவாகும் அந்த சக்தி தன்னை தீர்த்திடும். என்ன மறைந்தோட அது ஆன்மீகத்தில் சேர்த்திடும். சக்தியெல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தியெல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்.
The most precious hours of the day in the young avatar's life were spent on the very terrace of the Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi. Witnessing from the terrace the grand view of Arunachala, the sacred hill of Paramashiva, as well as the various temple towers and the activities of the temple on the streets around it. From this top view of the terrace of the Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had a higher view of all of the activities of the temple, as well as a grand view of Arunachala himself. It was in this very Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism created his first deities and established his first temple. This was the foundation for the later temples that he would create in Kailasas around the world. There also, with his mother, Ma Lokalaiki Ammal, he also set up the Madapalli and prepared the Naivedyam, food offerings for the very deities. Therefore, this also, the Nithyananda Janmabhoomi, was the place of the first Madapalli, the temple kitchen of all of Kailasa's temples worldwide. We're now going to be getting ready to witness the Deeparadhana in Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Sarvajna Pita to the Shatmurti who have been prepared with devotion, with the Abhishekam in the early morning, along with the grand Alankaram and the flower decorations, the flower garland decorations. Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva, Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti, Mahaganapati, Ananda Subramanya Swami, Chandigeshwara Swami, and the Utsava Vigraha of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, all have been bedecked with the Uttamottama, the best of the best jewelry, dress, the royal robes, and the flower garlands. Let us now have their darshan and offer our Deeparadhana to them.
நித்யத்தாயின் திருமுகம் கரை சேரும் வரம் தரும் அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும் அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும் ஸ்வர்ண நாகவாகனம் அதில் தேவி தரிசனம் நித்யத்தாயின் திருமுகம் கரை சேரும் வரம் அவள் தோன்றும்.
அன்னை கூறும் ஒரு சொல்லே நித்யானந்தத்தில் சேர்க்கும். மறை கூறிடும் யாவும் அருள் விழிகள் தெளிவாக்கும். அன்னை கூறும் ஒரு சொல்லே நித்யானந்தத்தில் சேர்க்கும். ஜகமாயைகள் யாவும் அவள் எழில் ரூபத்தில் தோற்கும். உளம் கொள்ளும் பிணியாவும் அவள் திரு கைகளும் வீழ்த்தும். தங்கத் திருநாகத்தின் மீதே அன்னை நித்யேஸ்வரி கோலம். தங்கத் திருநாகத்தின் மீதே நித்யேஸ்வரி கோலம். சிவமாகிடும் உயர் வாழ்வினை எளிதாய் இங்கு தந்துவிடும். அன்பால் அண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும். அருட்தாயாய் நித்யேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். நாகத்தின் மீதந்த தாய் அவள் தோன்றும் தரிசனம். ஞானத்தின் வேள்வியை செய்திடும் சக்தி தந்திடும். நாகத்தின் மீதந்த தாய் அவள் தோன்றும் தரிசனம். ஞானத்தின் வேள்வியை செய்திடும் சக்தி தந்திடும். பாத தரிசனம் பரிபூர்ண அருள் தரும். கருணை விழியதால் உயர் வாழ்வும் நிலை பெறும். நாகவாகனத்தில் நித்யேஸ்வரி அவளும் கொண்ட கோலமதை விழி காண்பதே வரம்.
அன்பால் அண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும். அருட்தாயாய் நித்யேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். அன்பால் அண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும். அருட்தாயாய் நித்யேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். ஸ்வர்ணநாக வாகனம் அதில் தேவி தரிசனம். நித்ய தாயின் திருமுகம் கரை சேரும் வரம் தரும். அன்பால் அண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும். அருட்தாயாய் நித்யேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். அன்பால் அண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும். அருட்தாயாய் நித்யேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும்.
அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம். நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் ஹம்சவாகனம். அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம். பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும். அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம். நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் ஹம்சவாகனம். அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம். பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும்.
नित्यनारायणाय सुरेश्वराय शोणाद्रिनाथाय नमः शिवाय। अथ धूपः। ॐ दशाङ्गं गुग्गुडोपेतं सुगन्धं च सुमनोहरम् आघ्रेय सर्वदेवानां धूपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम्। श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति अभीतभुजाम्बिका समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अरुणाचलेश्वर करुणामूर्तये नमः। धूपमाग्रापयामि। अथ दीपः। ॐ साज्यं त्रिवर्ति संयुक्तं वह्निना योजितं मया ग्रहाणमङ्गलं दीपं त्रैलोक्यतिमिरापहम्। श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति अभीतभुजाम्बिका समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अरुणाचलेश्वर करुणामूर्तये नमः। दीपं सन्दर्शयामि। अथ नैवेद्यम्। ॐ अमृते अमृतोद्भवे। ॐ अमृते अमृतोद्भवे अमृतवर्षिणि अमृतं श्रावय श्रावय स्वाहा। श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति अभीतभुजाम्बिका समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अरुणाचलेश्वर करुणामूर्तये नमः। नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि। नैवेद्यानन्तरमाचमनं समर्पयामि। ॐ तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात्। गणाम्बिकायै विद्महे महातपायै धीमहि तन्नो गौरी प्रचोदयात्। हंसाय विद्महे परमहंसाय धीमहि तन्नो हंस प्रचोदयात्। कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि। भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि। भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि। श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति अभीतभुजाम्बिका समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अरुणाचलेश्वर करुणामूर्तये नमः। सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। कर्पूर नीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि। रक्षान्धारयामि। शोणाद्रीशावताराय ज्योतिस्तंभस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। तत्त्वज्ञानप्रदाताय नित्यानन्देश्वररूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। मूलप्रकृतिरूपाय परमशिवशक्तिस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। दण्डत्रिशूलहस्ताय कालकालस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। आदिपूज्याय देवाय सकृत्पूर्णस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। सर्वाभयविनाशकाय शत्रुसंहाररूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। योगपट्टाभिषिक्ताय राजसन्न्यासधारिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। सार्वभौमैकपत्याय राजराजार्चिताय च श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। मङ्गलं कल्पवृक्षाय मङ्गलं ज्ञानदायिने परमशिवाय श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वराय मङ्गलम्। मङ्गलं श्रीविद्याम्बायै मङ्गलं कामदायिन्यै सर्वमङ्गलदात्री नित्यानन्देश्वर्यै मङ्गलम् मङ्गलं गुरुदेवाय मोक्षमूलाय मङ्गलं परमावताराय नित्यानन्दाय गुरवे मङ्गलम् त्वं स्मृतमहं धन्य मम प्राणमहेश्वर गङ्गाधर नामेति स्तोत्रस्थानं ददाम्यहम् हरिः ओं तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्
शिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಸುಖ ಶಾಂತಿಯ ಪಡೆಯಿರಿ ಬನ್ನಿರಿ ಆನಂದ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಸುಖ ಶಾಂತಿಯ ಪಡೆಯಿರಿ ಜಯತು ಜಯತು ಆನಂದೇಶ್ವರ ಜಯತು 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 ಆನಂದೇಶ್ವರ ಜಯತು ಜಯತು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನ ದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಮುಕ್ತಿಯ ಪಡೆಯಿರಿ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನ ದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಮುಕ್ತಿಯ ಪಡೆಯಿರಿ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನ ಆಶ್ರಯ ಪಡೆದು ಜೀವನ್ ಮುಕ್ತಿಯ ಪಡೆಯಿರಿ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನ ಆಶ್ರಯ ಪಡೆದು ಜೀವನ್ ಮುಕ್ತಿಯ ಪಡೆಯಿರಿ. ಜಯತು ಜಯತು ಆನಂದೇಶ್ವರ ಜಯತು ಜಯತು. ಜಯತು ಜಯತು ಆನಂದೇಶ್ವರ ಜಯತು ಜಯತು. ಜಯತು ಜಯತು ಆನಂದೇಶ್ವರಿ ಜಯತು ಜಯತು. ಜಯತು ಜಯತು ಆನಂದೇಶ್ವರಿ ಜಯತು ಜಯತು.
It was on these very streets the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism followed Annamalaiyar on this auspicious day of the Rathotsavam, where each of the Panchamurthys are gracing in one wooden chariot. They have now arrived at the entrance of the Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi.
Recording in progress.
We now receive the first chariot at the ancestral home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva. The first chariot including Mahaganapati, Lord Ganapati is the remover of all the obstacles, the one who graces us with auspicious beginnings. A favorite deity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who Swamiji had built a temple inside the Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi. Mahaganapati graces today in the wooden chariot in front of the Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi. We offer to him our choicest offerings of the Mandagapadi, the royal robes, the fresh flower garlands, the delicious fresh fruits, and the cooked offerings as well. Hundreds of thousands of people have gathered on this auspicious 7th day of the Karthigaidheebam Brahmotsavam to receive the grace of annamalaiyar. Having the darshan of annamalaiyar Paramashiva in the chariot, the Ratham brings excellence, success, and liberation to one's life. the young avatar, would also be among these devotees gathered. Yet, he would be the only one remaining also at the end of the whole chariot festival to ensure that the deities came back to their yadhasthanam, their place in the temple, and then only he would go home and take his rest. It was something like an immense responsibility that he took on for himself to be able to be there for the deities, to ensure they are worshipped and they are cared for. And finally, they returned back to their yadhasthanam, their abode within the temple of Arunachaleshwara. The Ratha, the wooden chariot, is offered by the beings of the Bhu-Loka to Paramashiva on this very day. And Paramashiva graces and liberates all of the beings of the Bhu-Loka. The realm of the earth is included inside the Bhu-Loka. Hence, wood, or the wooden chariot, is a gift of the best of the Bhu-Loka to Paramashiva. Today, all of the Panchamurthys are gracing in 5 chariots in the streets, in the Madhuviri of Tiruvannamalai. Preliminary rituals, inaugurative rituals in establishing the energies and ensuring that the best of the best space is created to house the deities was done a few days ago in the Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi, including the Prana Pratishtha ritual of the deity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva. We offer our devotion to this very deity installed there, to prepare a temple and to prepare a space where Paramashiva is going to reside. Vastu Shanti, Pravesha Bhali, Ganapati Homa, Mahalakshmi Homa, Mahamrityunjaya Homa. All of these deities are worshipped and their blessings are invoked for the success of any temple that is going to be created. The temple of the Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi, the ancestral home of our beloved Bhagavan, is going to be a beautiful offering at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji, and a gift for all of the devotees of Swamiji to be able to witness and celebrate the very childhood of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, come and learn more and learn to live as he did with annamalaiyar Arunachala. all of the Shivacharyas, 3 generations of Shivacharyas, remember Swamiji. They were so inspired by the way Swamiji was continuously following up on the procedures and making sure that all of the temple rituals happened on time and authentically. They were moved by the very devotion of the young avatar and how he himself set up a temple inside the Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi and worshipped all of the deities there. He would learn from the Shivacharyas how the procedures should be done, and he would replicate them inside the temple at his home. The Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi is in essence the very first Kailasa, and Kailasa where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism began all of it. Learning from him and seeing how he himself had done all of these rituals, we can also take the example and begin the work of building Kailasa wherever we are. We are now awaiting in the Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi the darshan of Subramanya Swami, the next deity that we are going to be receiving. We're waiting for him with the choicest offerings of Mandagapadi. Subramanya Swami is a very important deity and a favorite of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, imbibing the Subramanya mantra, chanting the Skandashashti Kavacham every Skandashashti. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has celebrated Subramanya within and throughout the year. It was inside the Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established his first temple with the small deities that he himself had made and out of soapstone and other metals, making them with all of the materials that he
Recording
could find.
stopped.
The resourceful young avatar was able to create a beautiful temple inside the Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi. And this magnified itself into the very life where he created golden temples for Paramashiva, temples all around the world, Kailasas for Paramashiva around the world, where the deities are there that house Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and all of his family deities.
நித்யானந்தர் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோஸ்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு நம்ம சேர்த்திடும். பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோஸ்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு நம்ம சேர்த்திடும். செய்யும் அந்த தியானம் அது சித்தம் தெளிவாக்கிடும். சித்தம் தெளிவாக அது தெய்வீகத்தை கூட்டிடும். செய்யும் அந்த தியானம் அது சித்தம் தெளிவாக்கிடும். சித்தம் தெளிவாக அது தெய்வீகத்தை கூட்டிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்தர் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். தென்றலாக வீசிடும் தேகந்தான் சிலிர்த்திடும். சொந்தமாக்க எண்ணிவிட சேர்ந்திடாம ஓடிடும். தென்றலாக வீசிடும் தேகந்தான் சிலிர்த்திடும். சொந்தமாக்க எண்ணிவிட சேர்ந்திடாம ஓடிடும். கைகளும் துறக்க அது கனிவுடனே நிறைஞ்சிடும். இதயத்துக்குள்ள இனிதாக வரும் ஆனந்தம். கைகளும் துறக்க அது கனிவுடனே நிறைஞ்சிடும். இதயத்துக்குள்ள இனிதாக வரும் ஆனந்தம். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்தர் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். சொர்க்கலோகம் என்பதும் நரகலோகம் என்பதும் வெளியில் தானே உள்ளதுன்னு வீணாகத்தான் தேடினோம். சொர்க்கலோகம் என்பதும் நரகலோகம் என்பதும் வெளியில் தானே உள்ளதுன்னு வீணாகத்தான் தேடினோம். கொண்ட எண்ணம் தானே அந்த நிலைய நமக்கு காட்டிடும். எண்ணம் தெளிவாக மனம் சொர்க்க வாழ்வை கண்டிடும். கொண்ட எண்ணம் தானே அந்த நிலைய நமக்கு காட்டிடும். எண்ணம் தெளிவாக மன சொர்க்க வாழ்வை கண்டிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்தர் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். சோகமாக்கிடும். ஆழ்ந்து செயல் செய்ய அது மாயமா மறைஞ்சிடும். வளருகின்ற எண்ணமோ வாழ்வ சோகமாக்கிடும். ஆழ்ந்து செயல் செய்ய அது மாயமா மறைஞ்சிடும். மீண்டும் உருவாகும் அந்த சக்தி தன்னை தீர்த்திடும். என்ன மறைந்தோட அது ஆன்மீகத்தில் சேர்த்திடும். மீண்டும் உருவாகும் அந்த சக்தி தன்னை தீர்த்திடும். என்ன மறைந்தோட அது ஆன்மீகத்தில் சேர்த்திடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். ஏற்றமான வாழ்க்கையும் இறக்கம் கண்ட போதும் மனம் ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளும் பக்குவத்தை பாங்குடனே கொள்ளணும். ஏற்றமான வாழ்க்கையும் இறக்கம் கண்ட போதும் மனம் ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளும் பக்குவத்தை பாங்குடனே கொள்ளணும். மாற்றங்களை தாங்க மனம் பெரும் தவிப்பு தவிச்சிடும். உள்ள மத ஏற்க அங்கு பரவசமும் நிறைஞ்சிடும். மாற்றங்களை தாங்க மனம் பெரும் தவிப்பு தவிச்சிடும். உள்ள மத ஏற்க அங்கு பரவசமும் நிறைஞ்சிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். ஆளுமை துன்பத்தையே சேர்க்கும். குரு நித்யனை நம்பு அது ஆனந்தத்தை ஈர்க்கும். ஐம்புலனின் ஆளுமை துன்பத்தையே சேர்க்கும். குரு நித்யனை நம்பு அது ஆனந்தத்தை ஈர்க்கும். அன்பு வழி மலரும் அகங்காரம் அது நீங்கிடும். சத்குருவின் பாதம் சரணாகதியா சேர்ந்திடும். அன்பு வழி மலரும் அகங்காரம் அது நீங்கிடும். சத்குருவின் பாதம் சரணாகதியா சேர்ந்திடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். வாழ்ந்து பார்க்கணும். அட வாழ்ந்துதான் ஆன்மீகத்தை அனுபவிக்கணும்.
சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும்.
சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும்.
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்.
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். அருட்தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். அன்பால் அண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும். அருட்தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். ஸ்வர்ணநாக வாகனம் அதில் தேவி தரிசனம். நித்திய தாயின் திருமுகம் கரை சேரும் வரம் தரும். அன்பால் அண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும். அருட்தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். அன்பால் அண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும். அருட்தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். ஸ்வர்ணநாக வாகனம் அதில் தேவி தரிசனம். நித்திய தாயின் திருமுகம் கரை சேரும் வரம் தரும். அன்பால் அண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும். அருட்தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும்.
மறை கூறிடும் யாவும் அருள் விழிகள் தெளிவாக்கும். அன்னை கூறும் ஒரு சொல்லே நித்யானந்தத்தில் சேர்க்கும். மறை கூறிடும் யாவும் அருள் விழிகள் தெளிவாக்கும். அன்னை கூறும் ஒரு சொல்லே நித்யானந்தத்தில் சேர்க்கும். ஜகமாயைகள் யாவும் அவள் எழில் ரூபத்தில் தோற்கும். உளம் கொள்ளும் பிணியாவும் அவள் திரு கைகளும் வீழ்த்தும். தங்கத் திருநாகத்தின் மீதே அன்னை நித்யேஸ்வரி கோலம். தங்கத் திருநாகத்தின் மீதே நித்யேஸ்வரி கோலம். சிவமாகிடும் உயர் வாழ்வினை எளிதாய் இங்கு தந்துவிடும். அன்பால் அண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும். அருட்தாயாய் நித்யேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். நாகத்தின் மீதந்த தாயவள் தோன்றும் தரிசனம். ஞானத்தின் வேள்வியை செய்திடும் சக்தி தந்திடும். நாகத்தின் மீதந்த தாயவள் தோன்றும் தரிசனம். ஞானத்தின் வேள்வியை செய்திடும் சக்தி தந்திடும். பாத தரிசனம் பரிபூர்ண அருள் தரும். கருணை விழியதால் உயர் வாழ்வும் நிலை பெறும். நாகவாகனத்தில் நித்யேஸ்வரி அவளும் கொண்ட கோலமதை விழி காண்பதே வரம்.
அன்பால் அண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும். அருட்தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். அன்பால் அண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும். அருட்தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். ஸ்வர்ணநாக வாகனம் அதில் தேவி தரிசனம். நித்திய தாயின் திருமுகம் கரை சேரும் வரம் தரும். அன்பால் அண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும். அருட்தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். அன்பால் அண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும். அருட்தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும்.
அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம். நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் ஹம்சவாகனம். அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம். பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும். அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம். நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் ஹம்சவாகனம். அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் காட்சி நேரம் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் ஹம்சவாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம் பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும் அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் ஹம்சவாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம் பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும். அருணையின் வேந்தன் கொடிதனை ஏற்றி அருளிடும் நாளின் தரிசனம் கருணையாய் நித்யன் கையிலையில் தந்த நிகரில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம் உலகையே இங்கு கடவுளாய் மாற்ற கடவுளே தரும் தரிசனம் கவிதையாய் மாற வரிகளும் ஏங்கும் கரையில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யானந்த தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யன் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் தெய்வ தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யன் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் தெய்வ தரிசனம்.
பெற்றது. பரமஞான ஒளியில் குழந்தை ஜொலி ஜொலித்தது. பரமஹம்ச நித்யன் என்னும் பெயரும் பெற்றது. அருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. அருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. தவழும் அழகை கண்ட தாயின் மனம் களித்தது. ததும்பும் அழகில் தரணி முழுதும் மயக்கம் கொண்டது. தவழும் அழகை கண்ட தாயின் மனம் களித்தது. ததும்பும் அழகில் தரணி முழுதும் மயக்கம் கொண்டது. துரு துருப்பாய் நித்யன் இயங்கும் விதம் ரசித்தது. துரு துருப்பாய் நித்யன் இயங்கும் விதம் ரசித்தது. தங்க மகன் நித்யன் தெய்வம் என்றுணர்ந்தது. தங்க மகன் நித்யன் தெய்வம் என்றுணர்ந்தது. அருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. அருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. பாலகராம் நித்யன் பக்தி ரசத்தில் மூழ்கிட. பளிங்கு முகம் புன்னகையில் பூத்து மலர்ந்திட. பாலகராம் நித்யன் பக்தி ரசத்தில் மூழ்கிட. பளிங்கு முகம் புன்னகையில் பூத்து மலர்ந்திட. பார்த்த எந்தன் வாழ்வே பரவசத்தில் ஆழ்ந்திட. பார்த்த எந்தன் வாழ்வே பரவசத்தில் ஆழ்ந்திட. பூமி காக்கும் நித்யனை நான் வாரி அணைத்திட. பூமி காக்கும் நித்யனை நான் வாரி அணைத்திட. அருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. அருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. ஆனந்தமாய் நித்யன் தளிர் நடை நடந்திட. அகிலம் இயங்கும் அதிசயத்தை நடையில் கண்டிட. ஆனந்தமாய் நித்யன் தளிர் நடை நடந்திட. அகிலம் இயங்கும் அதிசயத்தை நடையில் கண்டிட. விடமச்செயலில் நித்யன் என்னை வசியம் செய்திட. விடமச்செயலில் நித்யன் என்னை வசியம் செய்திட. வாழ்வின் வேதம் வேறில்லை என்றே கொண்டாடிட. வாழ்வின் வேதம் வேறில்லை என்றே கொண்டாடிட. அருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. அருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. பெற்றது. பரமஞான ஒளியில் குழந்தை ஜொலி ஜொலித்தது. பரமஹம்ச நித்யன் என்னும் பெயரும் பெற்றது. ஆரீரோ ஆரீராரீராரீரோ ஆரீரோ ஆரீராரீராரீரோ.
गौरी नन्दना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मुक्तिप्रदायक विघ्नविनाशक सिद्धिविनायक नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गंगाधर हर हे परमेश्वर जय जगदीश्वरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा शिवशक्तीश्वर श्रीशैलेश्वर शम्भो शङ्कर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा अभयप्रदायक आनन्ददायक भक्त उदाहरण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा बंसीधर हरा श्याम सुंदर नाचे नटवरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा हे मधुसूदना भवभयभञ्जना मंगल पावना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नर्दन सुंदर नटन मनोहर करुणा सागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा जगदोधारण कृष्ण जनार्दन परमदयागन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा सत्य सनातना नित्य निरंजन भक्तपरायणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चंद्रकलाधरा गौरी मनोहरा परम कृपाकरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा संहारक पतित पावन नित्य पुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चन्द्रशेखरा पन्नगभूषण निखिललोचना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माता पिता गुरु देव महेश्वर दीनदयाभरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा 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 பல கோடி இதழ் பூத்திடும் மலராய் ஒளிரும் நித்தியன் திருமுகம் கரம் தாங்கும் திருச்சூலமோ புவியில் பிணி நீங்க அருள் செய்திடும் மறுகையில் அபயம் திருக்காட்சி உதயம் நித்யானந்தன் தோன்றிடும் இது ஸ்வர்ண சூரிய பிரபை வாகனம் மறுகையில் அபயம் திருக்காட்சி உதயம் நித்யானந்தன் தோன்றிடும் இது ஸ்வர்ண சூரிய பிரபை வாகனம் பல கோடி இதழ் பூத்திடும் மலராய் ஒளிரும் நித்தியன் திருமுகம் கரம் தாங்கும் திருச்சூலமோ புவியில்
நித்யானந்தர் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோஸ்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு நம்ம சேர்த்திடும். பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோஸ்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு நம்ம சேர்த்திடும். செய்யும் அந்த தியானம் அது சித்தம் தெளிவாக்கிடும். சித்தம் தெளிவாக அது தெய்வீகத்தை கூட்டிடும். செய்யும் அந்த தியானம் அது சித்தம் தெளிவாக்கிடும். சித்தம் தெளிவாக அது தெய்வீகத்தை கூட்டிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்தர் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். சொந்தமாக்க எண்ணிவிட சேர்ந்திடாம ஓடிடும். தென்றலாக வீசிடும் தேகந்தா சிலிர்த்திடும். சொந்தமாக்க எண்ணிவிட சேர்ந்திடாம ஓடிடும். கைகளும் துறக்க அது கனிவுடனே நிறைஞ்சிடும். இதயத்துக்குள்ள இனிதாக வரும் ஆனந்தம். கைகளும் துறக்க அது கனிவுடனே நிறைஞ்சிடும். இதயத்துக்குள்ள இனிதாக வரும் ஆனந்தம். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். சொர்க்கலோகம் என்பதும் நரகலோகம் என்பதும் வெளியில் தானே உள்ளதுன்னு வீணாகத்தான் தேடினோம். சொர்க்கலோகம் என்பதும் நரகலோகம் என்பதும் வெளியில் தானே உள்ளதுன்னு வீணாகத்தான் தேடினோம். கொண்ட எண்ணம் தானே அந்த நிலைய நமக்கு காட்டிடும். எண்ணம் தெளிவாக மன சொர்க்க வாழ்வை கண்டிடும். கொண்ட எண்ணம் தானே அந்த நிலைய நமக்கு காட்டிடும். எண்ணம் தெளிவாக மன சொர்க்க வாழ்வை கண்டிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். சோகமாக்கிடும். ஆழ்ந்து செயல் செய்ய அது மாயமா மறைஞ்சிடும். வளருகின்ற எண்ணமோ வாழ்வ சோகமாக்கிடும். ஆழ்ந்து செயல் செய்ய அது மாயமா மறைஞ்சிடும். மீண்டும் உருவாகும் அந்த சக்தி தன்னை தீர்த்திடும். என்ன மறைந்தோட அது ஆன்மீகத்தில் சேர்த்திடும். மீண்டும் உருவாகும் அந்த சக்தி தன்னை தீர்த்திடும். என்ன மறைந்தோட அது ஆன்மீகத்தில் சேர்த்திடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். ஏற்றமான வாழ்க்கையும் இறக்கம் கண்ட போதும் மனம் ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளும் பக்குவத்தை பாங்குடனே கொள்ளணும். ஏற்றமான வாழ்க்கையும் இறக்கம் கண்ட போதும் மனம் ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளும் பக்குவத்தை பாங்குடனே கொள்ளணும். மாற்றங்களை தாங்க மனம் பெரும் தவிப்பு தவிச்சிடும். உள்ள மத ஏற்க அங்கு பரவசமும் நிறைஞ்சிடும். மாற்றங்களை தாங்க மனம் பெரும் தவிப்பு தவிச்சிடும். உள்ள மத ஏற்க அங்கு பரவசமும் நிறைஞ்சிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். ஆளுமை துன்பத்தையே சேர்க்கும். குரு நித்யனை நம்பு அது ஆனந்தத்தை ஈர்க்கும். ஐம்புலனின் ஆளுமை துன்பத்தையே சேர்க்கும். குரு நித்யனை நீ நம்பு அது ஆனந்தத்தை ஈர்க்கும். அன்பு வழி மலரும் அகங்காரம் அது நீங்கிடும். சத்குருவின் பாதம் சரணாகதியா சேர்ந்திடும். அன்பு வழி மலரும் அகங்காரம் அது நீங்கிடும். சத்குருவின் பாதம் சரணாகதியா சேர்ந்திடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்.
ஆன்ம வாழ்க்கை வாழ்ந்து பார்க்கணும். அட வாழ்ந்துதான் ஆன்மீகத்தை அனுபவிக்கணும்.
ஆன்ம வாழ்க்கை வாழ்ந்து பார்க்கணும். அட வாழ்ந்துதான் ஆன்மீகத்தை அனுபவிக்கணும்.
சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும்.
சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும்.
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்.
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். அன்பால் அண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும். அருள் தாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். ஸ்வர்ணநாக வாகனம் அதில் தேவி தரிசனம். நித்திய தாயின் திருமுகம் கரை சேரும் வரம் தரும். அன்பால் அண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும். அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். அன்பால் அண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும். அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். ஸ்வர்ணநாக வாகனம் அதில் தேவி தரிசனம். நித்திய தாயின் திருமுகம் கரை சேரும் வரம் தரும். அன்பால் அண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும். அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும்.
வேள்வியை செய்திடும் சக்தி தந்திடும். நாகத்தின் மீதந்த தாயவள் தோன்றும் தரிசனம். ஞானத்தின் வேள்வியை செய்திடும் சக்தி தந்திடும். பாத தரிசனம் பரிபூர்ண அருள் தரும். கருணை விழியதால் உயர் வாழ்வும் நிலை பெறும். நாகவாகனத்தில் நித்யேஸ்வரி அவளும் கொண்ட கோலமதை விழி காண்பதே வரம்.
அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும். அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும். அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். ஸ்வர்ணநாக வாகனம் அதில் தேவி தரிசனம். நித்திய தாயின் திருமுகம் கரை சேரும் வரம் தரும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும். அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும். அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும். அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும்.
அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம். நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் ஹம்சவாகனம். அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம். பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும். அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம். நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் ஹம்சவாகனம். அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் பலன் யாவும் கூடும். கருணை முகம் கொண்டு ஹம்சத்தின் மீதே குருவின் வடிவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும். அழகு திருக்காட்சி புவி மீது கொள்ளும். பிறவி கடல் தாண்ட அருள் தூவிடும். குருவே சரணமென்று பதம் நாடிடும். தோன்றிடும் காட்சியை பாடிட வார்த்தைகள் நான் என்று நீ என்று ஓடி வரும். ஆயினும் ஆனந்த காட்சியின் பேரிடில் ஆயிரம் பாக்களை மீறிவிடும். கருணை முகம் கொண்டு ஹம்சத்தின் மீதே குருவின் வடிவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும். அழகு திருக்காட்சி புவி மீது கொள்ளும். பிறவி கடல் தாண்ட அருள் தூவிடும். குருவே சரணமென்று பதம் நாடிடும். மனமும் குருவின் பதத்தில் சரணாகதியாகிறது. கருணை முகம் கொண்டு ஹம்சத்தின் மீதே குருவின் வடிவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும். அழகு திருக்காட்சி புவி மீது கொள்ளும். பிறவி கடல் தாண்ட அருள் தூவிடும். குருவே சரணமென்று பதம் நாடிடும். தோன்றிடும் காட்சியை பாடிட வார்த்தைகள் நான் என்று நீ என்று ஓடி வரும். ஆயினும் ஆனந்த காட்சியின் பேரிடில் ஆயிரம் பாக்களை மீறிவிடும். கருணை முகம் கொண்டு ஹம்சத்தின் மீதே குருவின் வடிவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும். அழகு திருக்காட்சி புவி மீது கொள்ளும். பிறவி கடல் தாண்ட அருள் தூவிடும். குருவே சரணமென்று பதம் நாடிடும். மனமும் குருவின் பதத்தில் சரணாகதியாகிறது. அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும். ஹம்சவாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம். பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும். அருள் தரும் திருக்காட்சி நேரம் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும். ஹம்சவாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம். பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும்.
ಪದರು ದರ್ಶನಂ ಜ್ಞಾನಪೀಠ ಮಹಾಸಂಸ್ಥಾನ ಸಿಂಹಾಸನ ದರ್ಶನಂ ದರ್ಶನಂ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ದರ್ಶನಂ ಜ್ಞಾನಪೀಠ ಮಹಾಸಂಸ್ಥಾನ ಸಿಂಹಾಸನ ದರ್ಶನಂ
दर्शनं नित्यं दर्शनं दर्शनं दैव दर्शनं दर्शनं नित्यं दर्शनं दर्शनं दैव दर्शनम्
ஆனந்த புரிதலில் நித்யன் அரசாட்சி செய்யும் தரிசனம் ஞானத்தின் ரூபமாய் தெய்வத் திருக்கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் ஆனந்த புரிதலில் நித்யன் அரசாட்சி செய்யும் தரிசனம் ஞானத்தின் ரூபமாய் தெய்வத் திருக்கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் அன்பு வழிதனை அண்டம் முழுதிலும் நித்யனும் என்றும் நிலை பெற செய்யும் தரிசனம் இதுவோ பொங்கும் கடலென பக்தர் குழுமிட நித்யனின் தெய்வ தரிசனம் புண்ணிய தரிசனம் அல்லவோ அருள் வாழ்வின் பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் யுகம் காக்கும் தரிசனம் தரிசனம்
And with great devotion and reverence, waiting for the deities of the Panchamurthys to grace in the Tiruvannamalai, the street on which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has grown up in his lifetime. The grand mountain of Arunachala is a magnificent, towering being in itself. To have his grace every day morning, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would wake up and not open his eyes until he had seen Arunachala. The first experience that his body should see is the massive mountain of Arunachala in front of him. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares that when we see the large mountains or the large ocean, vast ocean, and the large elements of nature like the open sky, the mind is absolutely stilled, and the silence of that very being is penetrated into us. In those moments, we experience the very darshan. That very darshan was taught out by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism every single morning. He would not open his eyes until he sees this very mountain. Here we are seeing now in the street, thousands have gathered to see annamalaiyar in the grand Rathotsavam on this early morning time of the 7th day of the karthigaidheebam Brahmotsavam. It is on this day that Paramashiva graces and enlightens the entire Bhu-Loka. Bhu-Loka, which includes the very earth, is very unique, having wood. The wood is from the Bhu-Loka. These wooden chariots are maintained for generations, refurbished and made optimal for the grand chariot procession of the Lord. Nithyanandeshwara Arunachaleshwara will have the grand procession today in the wooden chariot. All of these events were planned to be seen by Swamiji. When he wakes up, the first thing is that he would go to the temple and spend the whole day in the temple and learn from the whole temple ambience how the temple should be created, how the deities should be worshipped, how the Madapalli, the kitchen of the temple, should be maintained, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would ensure the same is done in his home, in Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi, where he had set up the first temple of Mahaganapati, Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva, Paramashiva Shakti. On the Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi today, KAILASA is glad to have acquired this very ancestral home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and we offer it at the Divine Lotus Feet of Bhagavan and to all of the devotees to come and have the darshan of the very kshetra of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, but the ancestral home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the Sri Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi, inviting one and all to come and have the darshan of the deities there, installed newly. The whole space and energy is welcoming and blessing us with the powerful KAILASA ambience, with all the auspicious blessings of Paramashiva. To live in the same footsteps as our Guru is a disciple's most cherished goal. Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi, a beautiful space in KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, where we can experience the very same. It was on the terrace of the Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would spend his splendid evenings and mornings watching the sunlight fall onto Arunachal. Every stone on the hill of Arunachala would light up, glowing in the morning sun. And this spectacle was something the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in his younger days would never want to miss. Now we're going to be getting ready for the grand chariot procession in KAILASA, Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi.
வாழ்வின் வேதம் வேறில்லை என்றே கொண்டாடிட, வாழ்வின் வேதம் வேறில்லை என்றே கொண்டாடிட, அருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது, அருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது, கடவுள் அவதரித்தது, கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. ஜொலித்தது. பரமஹம்ச நித்யன் என்னும் பெயரும் பெற்றது. பரமஞான ஒளியில் குழந்தை ஜொலி ஜொலித்தது. பரமஹம்ச நித்யன் என்னும் பெயரும் பெற்றது. ஆரீரோ ஆரீராரீராரீரோ ஆரீரோ ஆரீராரீராரீரோ ஆரீரோ ஆரீராரீராரீரோ
சக்தி தருங்க அச்சத்திலும் துக்கத்திலும் தள்ளிடும் எண்ணங்களை சுட்டு விடுங்க எல்லையில்லா ஆனந்தத்தை தந்திடும் எண்ணம் போது சக்தி தருங்க நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் நிலை எத்தி விடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க அட
हरि नित्येश्वरा मूषिकवाहना मङ्गलदायक गौरीनन्दना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मुक्तिप्रदायक विघ्नविनाशक सिद्धिविनायक नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गंगाधर हर हे परमेश्वर जय जगदीश्वरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा शिवशक्तीश्वर श्रीशैलेश्वर शम्भो शङ्कर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा अभयप्रदायक आनन्ददायक भक्त उदाहरण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा बंसीधर हरा श्याम सुंदर नाचे नटवरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा हे मधुसूदना भवभयभञ्जना मङ्गलपावना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नर्दन सुंदर नटन मनोहर करुणसागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा जगदोधारण कृष्ण जनार्दन परमदयागन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा सत्य सनातना नित्य निरंजन भक्तपरायणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चंद्र
चन्द्रकलाधरा गौरी मनोहरा परमकृपाकरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गोकुलनन्दना गोपी मनोहर हरिनारायण पाप संहारक पतित पावना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा
ஐயா பாத்து எழுதணும் ஐயா காலை பிடிச்சு எழுதாதீங்க துணி துணி அதுல அது காலை பிடிச்சு தூக்குங்க சார் மூஞ்சி காட்டையும்
ஆனந்த முடிக்குது பாரியா அப்படியே அழுக்க கீழே சாயனா சாயனா
முன்னாடி தூங்குங்க முன்னாடி அழகா தூக்கு கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சம் தூக்குங்க முன்னாடியே முன்னாடி தூங்குங்க பாத்து பாத்து ஐயா பாத்து முன்னாடி உடைஞ்சிரும் தூக்கு ஜோரா கபடியா ஓகே
हरि नित्य
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோஸ்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு நம்ம சேர்த்திடும். பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோத்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு நம்ம சேர்த்திடும். செய்யும் அந்த தியானம் அது சித்தம் தெளிவாக்கிடும். சித்தம் தெளிவாக அது தெய்வீகத்தை கூட்டிடும். செய்யும் அந்த தியானம் அது சித்தம் தெளிவாக்கிடும். சித்தம் தெளிவாக அது தெய்வீகத்தை கூட்டிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். சொந்தமாக்க எண்ணி விட சேர்ந்திடாம ஓடிடும். தென்றலாக வீசிடும் தேகந்தா சிலிர்த்திடும். சொந்தமாக்க எண்ணி விட சேர்த்திடாம ஓடிடும். கைகளும் துறக்க அது கனிவுடனே நிறைஞ்சிடும். இதயத்துக்குள்ள இனிதாக வரும் ஆனந்தம். கைகளும் துறக்க அது கனிவுடனே நிறைஞ்சிடும். இதயத்துக்குள்ள இனிதாக வரும் ஆனந்தம். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். சொர்க்கலோகம் என்பதும் நரகலோகம் என்பதும் வெளியில் தானே உள்ளதுன்னு வீணாகத்தான் தேடினோம். சொர்க்கலோகம் என்பதும் நரகலோகம் என்பதும் வெளியில் தானே உள்ளதுன்னு வீணாகத்தான் தேடினோம். கொண்ட எண்ணம் தானே அந்த நிலைய நமக்கு காட்டிடும். எண்ணம் தெளிவாக மனம் சொர்க்க வாழ்வை கண்டிடும். கொண்ட எண்ணம் தானே அந்த நிலைய நமக்கு காட்டிடும். எண்ணம் தெளிவாக மன சொர்க்க வாழ்வை கண்டிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். சோகமாக்கிடும். ஆழ்ந்து செயல் செய்ய அது மாயமா மறைஞ்சிடும். வளருகின்ற எண்ணமோ வாழ்வ சோகமாக்கிடும். ஆழ்ந்து செயல் செய்ய அது மாயமா மறைஞ்சிடும். மீண்டும் உருவாகும் அந்த சக்தி தன்னை தீர்த்திடும். என்ன மறைந்தோட அது ஆன்மீகத்தில் சேர்த்திடும். மீண்டும் உருவாகும் அந்த சக்தி தன்னை தீர்த்திடும். என்ன மறைந்தோட அது ஆன்மீகத்தில் சேர்த்திடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்ய அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். ஏற்றமான வாழ்க்கையும் இறக்கம் கண்ட போதும் மனம் ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளும் பக்குவத்தை பாங்குடனே கொள்ளணும். ஏற்றமான வாழ்க்கையும் இறக்கம் கண்ட போதும் மனம் ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளும் பக்குவத்தை பாங்குடனே கொள்ளணும். மாற்றங்களை தாங்க மனம் பெருந்தவிப்பு தவிச்சிடும். உள்ள மத ஏற்க அங்கு பரவசமும் நிறைஞ்சிடும். மாற்றங்களை தாங்க மனம் பெருந்தவிப்பு தவிச்சிடும். உள்ள மத ஏற்க அங்கு பரவசமும் நிறைஞ்சிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்.
Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam to all our dear viewers. Yes, you are seeing in front of you the beautiful wooden chariot of Lord Subramanya coming around the Madavidi, which is the 6th circumambulation path around the Arunachaleshwara temple in Tiruvannamalai. We are on day 7 of Karthigaidheebam festival, the grand flagship festival of Tiruvannamalai Arunachaleshwara temple. Paramashiva himself. Paramashiva is called Arunachaleshwara or annamalaiyar in Tiruvannamalai. And Karthigaidheebam is the grandest festival of Tiruvannamalai, which is celebrated by the whole world, the whole of humanity, because it is on this day that Paramashiva stood as an infinite column of light, of a column of fire light, to give enlightenment to Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu. He stood from today up to Shivaratri, which falls in the month of February, and it is on the Karthigaidheebam day, which is the 10th day of this festival that is going on, that Devi herself, the divine consort of Paramashiva, realizes her oneness with Paramashiva. Today is day 7 of this Karthigaidheebam festival. Every day, Paramashiva travels on this Madavidi, gracing his devotees in Tiruvannamalai and all over the world, and gives enlightenment on each day of the festival to a group of beings in a particular loka, in a particular parallel universe. Today, on the 7th day, which we are witnessing in front of our eyes, Paramashiva, annamalaiyar, travels around and gives enlightenment to Bhu-Loka, which is our very own planet Earth itself, which is to all of us. That is why you are seeing the Panchamurthys, the 5 deities, are traveling in wooden chariots. Wood is the element of our human world, the Bhu-Loka. That is why, symbolically, Paramashiva travels in the wooden chariot today, liberating, giving enlightenment to all the beings on planet Earth. Bhu meaning Earth, Loka meaning world or a parallel universe. So today is the day in this 10-day festival dedicated for Paramashiva to give enlightenment to all of us beings in Bhu-Loka. So it is a very, very extra special day for us in this Karthigaidheebam festival. You are seeing the Muruga chariot in front of you, and we are awaiting the Muruga chariot to travel on the Mada Veedi, which is the 6th circumambulation path of the Arunachaleshwara temple, and reach the Tiruvudal street, which is the very street of our beloved Bhagwan, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, the incarnation of Paramashiva himself. It is on Tiruvudal street that Bhagwan's parental home is located, which KAILASA has acquired, has legally secured just a few weeks ago, which is an extra jubilant celebration for all Kailasa-vasis and the whole of humanity, in addition to the ongoing Karthigaidheebam festival. We are awaiting Lord Muruga to enter into the Tiruvudal street, where the Mandagapadi will be offered right from the entrance of Kailasa Sri Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi, which is our beloved Bhagwan's parental home. It's a very historic Karthigaidheebam for Kailasa this year, which is the first Karthigaidheebam happening after Kailasa has legally secured the Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi.
நித்யேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும் அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருள்தாயாய் நித்யேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும் ஸ்வர்ணநாக வாகனம் அதில் தேவி தரிசனம் நித்யத்தாயின் திருமுகம் கரை சேரும் வரம் தரும் அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருள்தாயாய் நித்யேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும் அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருள்தாயாய் நித்யேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும்.
The beautiful chariot of Lord Muruga. Of the Panchamurthys, the 5 deities, each deity on a grand wooden chariot, we are witnessing in front of our eyes on the 7th day festival of the Karthigaidheebam. Lord Annamalaiyar himself, Lord Ganesha, Lord Subramanya, Devi and Lord Chandikeshwara. The 5 deities, each deity gracing from a royal chariot the chariots come around the Madaveedi today on the 7th day of the Karthigaidheebam festival, blessing the devotees who throng in lakhs today and who are tuned in through the internet from worldwide, because this festival, Karthigaidheebam, is too important for every being, not just in our planet Earth, but every being that resides in all the parallel universes, whichever loka, whichever universe we talk about, because it is during this Karthigaidheebam festival that Paramashiva, as annamalaiyar, as Arunachaleshwara, residing in Tiruvannamalai, it is during this festival that he gives enlightenment to all the beings in all the lokas. Today is the 7th day, and it is on this day that annamalaiyar gives enlightenment to all the beings in Bhu-Loka, which is our very own planet Earth, which is why the Panchamurthys, the 5 deities, are traveling today in wooden chariots, because wood is the element belonging to the human world, to our world. Every small, big ritual, tradition in Hinduism is so scientific and linked to our own enlightenment. People travel from all over the world to Tiruvannamalai to be part of this grand 10-day Brahmotsavam. And it is a double celebration for KAILASA, as this is the first Karthigaidheebam that is happening after KAILASA legally secured the Sri Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi, our beloved Bhagwan's parental home, which is on Tiruvudal Street here in Tiruvannamalai. Tiruvudal Street is one of the 4 streets that form the Madaveedi. The 4 main streets surrounding the temple are collectively called the Madaveedi. And it is on these 4 streets that Paramashiva travels at least 300 days every year in procession. And this Karthigaidheebam festival is the grandest procession. And Tiruvudal Street is on the southern side of the Arunachaleshwara temple, where Bhagwan's parental home is located. The street you are seeing now is Teradi Street, which is the main eastern facing street of the Madaveedi, which comes on the eastern side of the temple. You can see the people thronging the wooden chariots, thronging the Panchamurthys. The chariot of Lord Ganesha has completed the procession in the Madaveedi and moving once again towards the temple, after which Lord Subramanya will start his royal procession in the Madaveedi. And every day of this Karthigaidheebam festival this year, right from the entrance of KAILASA Sri Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi, Bhagwan's parental home, the Kailasavasis are offering the Mandagapadi to Lord Annamalaiyar, which is such a historic, momentous and exciting and sacred happening this Karthigaidheebam. Of course, every year, every time Annamalaiyar steps out onto the streets in procession, Bhagwan offers the Mandagapadi through his sannyasis and devotees to Annamalaiyar. But this year, this Karthigaidheebam festival is the first festival that has happened after Kailasa legally secured Sri Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi. Therefore, this year, right at the entrance of his own parental home, Bhagwan's own parental home, the Mandagapadi is being offered. What is Mandagapadi? Mandagapadi is a grand offering of all the items used in worship of Paramashiva, his royal robes, all the items used for a sacred bath like rose water, vermilion, sandalwood powder, and all that is offered for him in puja like coconuts, flowers, huge flower garlands. All the items that are used in worship of Paramashiva are offered to him by all the devotees every time Annamalaiyar steps onto the street. This is a tradition in Hinduism. So in any big Hindu temple, when the main deity steps out in procession, the Mandagapadi is offered by all the devotees. And Annamalaiyar keeps halting on the way and receives the Mandagapadi and blesses the devotees. And every time Annamalaiyar steps onto the street, Bhagwan offers the Mandagapadi from Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai. And this year it is very special because the Mandagapadi is being offered right from the parental home of Bhagwan on Tiruvudal street. It is here in Tiruvannamalai, Bhagwan spent the first 17 years of his life on the planet from 1978 to 1995. In 1995, Bhagwan stepped out of Tiruvannamalai to take on the huge explosive mission of Kailasa in the international domain. Till Bhagwan was 17, he lived in Tiruvannamalai. There is every inch of these streets have borne the divine feet of Bhagwan when he was a child. Every festival of Annamalaiyar, Bhagwan had celebrated with so much jubilance, not only in the temple but also in his own home, Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi, where he would replicate the entire festival as a child with his siblings, friends, relatives, who was so inspired by Bhagwan even at that young age. The revival of Kailasa started here in Tiruvannamalai, where you are seeing. Very soon we'll be seeing the Tiruvudal street where Bhagwan's parental home is, and it is in this home that the entire revival of Kailasa started. Whichever stream or wing of Kailasa you take, whether it is the temple traditions, the processions, the festivals, or it is the Nithyananda Sacred Arts University, which is the millions of deities that Bhagwan has made till now and established in all the Kailasa temples worldwide, or whether it is Annadan, which is the distribution of free food to the people to aid their conscious growth, or whether it is the tradition of the very lifestyle of Kailasa, the enlightened lifestyle of Kailasa, where you wake up in the morning during the Brahma Muhurta time, early morning, 4 o'clock, and you do your spiritual practices and worship, and only then you start your day. Every single dimension in the revival of Kailasa, Bhagwan started here in Tiruvannamalai in his parental home. Bhagwan's hard work, which can never be told, started right here in 1978 when Bhagwan assumed the human form in Tiruvannamalai, landing as a huge positive nuclear explosive force from Sri Kailasa onto the universe, onto our planet Earth. You are seeing here the devotees thronging the 5 Murthys, the Panchamurthys, Lord Annamalaiyar, Lord Ganesha, Lord Subramanya, Devi, and Lord Chandikeshwara. You can see the wooden chariot, so beautifully decorated. Preparations for this flagship festival starts in Tiruvannamalai a few months ahead of time, taking care that every aspect of the festival is attended to with great precision and due diligence. And it is all these that Bhagwan has revived, which he started reviving as a child in Tiruvannamalai with his own biological family, extended family, friends and relatives, celebrating in the size and scale that he could at that age. And today, what we see, the same celebrations, Bhagwan has inspired millions of his followers worldwide to replicate in all the Kailasas around the world. The continuity, the consistency, and it is a huge continuum in the life of Bhagwan from the day he happened on the planet Earth, here in Tiruvannamalai, till date, which is the grand revival of Kailasa. Without a break, the revival has happened from the time Bhagwan assumed the form here up till date. You can see the gaiety in the streets of Tiruvannamalai on Theradi Street. This street is called Theradi Street, which is the eastern side. You are now seeing the eastern side of the temple, and you're having a beautiful darshan of Arunachala, the hill form of Paramashiva in the backdrop. You're having a good aerial view of Theradi Street. Ther means chariot. Ther in Tamil means chariot. In English, it is called car. Sometimes it is called car street in English. So Theradi Street is where the temple chariots are parked. That is why the street is called the Theradi Street, the street where the temple chariots are parked. You will see on the non-procession days, the temple chariots will be parked on this very street. Now you are seeing Lord Ganesha completing the procession and coming back to the temple. And next we will be witnessing Lord Subramanya starting his royal procession on Madhavidi. The devotees of Paramashiva are so blissfully immersing themselves in the Karthigaidheebam festival. This is the festival which is so dear to the heart of each being in Tiruvannamalai and worldwide who are not able to make it physically. You can see the Shivacharyas, the temple priest standing on the temple chariot near the deity. Bhagwan, as a child, used to travel in these very temple chariots that you are seeing in front of your eyes. Every time annamalaiyar stepped out in procession, Bhagwan, as a child, would ensure that he's right there, traveling with annamalaiyar on the chariot and ensuring that annamalaiyar is taken safely in procession around in the Madhavidi and brought back to his yathasthana inside the temple. Yathasthana meaning his due spot inside the temple. And then they offer a final arati, which is an offering of lit camphor to him, and then they formally conclude the procession. So as a child, Bhagwan never missed. He was part of every single festival of annamalaiyar. It was his very soul. And he inspired all the people who lived around him at that age to be part of the festival, to have the festivals of Tiruvannamalai as their very lifeline. Such was Bhagwan's inspiration even as a child. You can see the fervor in the air in Tiruvannamalai on Theradi Street. The people traveling along with the deities, so close to the chariot. You can see the huge giant wheels of the chariot, and you can see the chamaram, which is a traditional fan that is being used to fan the deities. You can see the huge congregation of people, the ocean of people on Theradi Street in Tiruvannamalai right now. The other chariots are housing the other deities, the remaining Panchamurthys, Lord Annamalaiyar, Lord Ganesha, Lord Subramanya, Devi and Lord Chandikeshwara. We are now parked just outside the Arunachaleshwara temple on its eastern side. The eastern side road is the Theradi Street, which is one of the 4 streets called Madhavidi, where the deities come in procession during all the festivals. Bhagwan has replicated and built all these chariots for the KAILASA's worldwide temples. We have seen in all of KAILASA's festivals such grand chariots being taken out in procession by Bhagwan. You can see the people of Tiruvannamalai carrying annamalaiyar in their hearts. The youth of Tiruvannamalai, the young and old alike, celebrating the Karthigaidheebam festival which is their most dear festival out of all the festivals of the Arunachaleshwara temple. Every single Shivacharya, temple priest, is personally known to Bhagwan. 3 generations of Shivacharyas are known to Bhagwan personally from his childhood till date. Because it was in the Arunachaleshwara temple that Bhagwan literally grew up. He hardly spent time in his own home. He spent time in his home only to attend to his home temple, which is the first temple of Kailasa Bhagwan established with his own hands in Kailasa Shri Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi on Tiruvudal Street, Bhagwan's parental home. So Bhagwan's parental home temple is the first temple of Kailasa. During all other hours, Bhagwan would be in the Arunachaleshwara temple, and therefore every single Shivacharya across 3 generations are known personally to Bhagwan. Yes, you are having darshan of the top of the temple of the chariot, the kalasha, or right on top of the chariot. You can see the massive flower garlands that are put from the top of the temple chariot downwards. Every single person is a participant during this Karthigaidheebam festival in his or her own way. The flower garland makers and all the people who offer the worship items to annamalaiyar during this 10-day festival, all of them, this is their busiest time of the year. This is their most exciting and most joyful time of the year in Tiruvannamalai. And in Bhagwan's parental home, Bhagwan would conduct all the 10 days processions inside his own home as well as around the Madavidhi with his own small deity of annamalaiyar, his own small handmade palkis, the palanquins that carry annamalaiyar, and his own instruments that accompany his deity processions. And witness to this is the entire Tiruvannamalai townspeople who you're seeing in front of your very eyes. Each one of them is a direct eyewitness to Bhagwan's celebrations as a child. And eyewitnesses have shared with us that the people would stop by at Bhagwan's processions and partake of the arati, of the lit camphor offering with the same earnestness as they would of the arati of the main annamalaiyar deity himself, because such was the earnestness and the fervor with which Bhagwan would carry out his own deity processions. During the entire procession of these magnificent deities of the Arunachaleshwara temple, you will see how the devotees literally cling on to the chariot and they remain so close to the deity as it comes around in the Madavidhi. It is the beautiful tradition of Hinduism where the deities have their own main shrines inside the temple, but they also step out in procession during festivals to bless and grace the devotees in their own homes, in their own streets. So each deity will have its main shrine form and it will have its own traveling form, which is called the Utsavamurti. So these Panchamurthys are the Utsavamurtis, Utsava meaning festival. They are called the festival deities which travel in procession, whereas their main shrine versions remain inside the Sanctum Sanctorum. You are seeing the people observing some of the traditional rituals that are observed during the Karthigaidheebam festival on the streets in the Teradi street. All of these that you're seeing in front of your eyes now, the chariots And all the decorations we have seen Bhagwan replicate as part of Kailasa's Nithyananda Sacred Arts University, where the temple arts are all replicated, produced, and distributed to Kailasa's temples worldwide. You're having another beautiful darshan of Arunachala. And you are having the darshan of the main Raja Gopuram on the eastern side. Gopura Darisanam, just darshan of the temple tower called the Gopuram, is very auspicious and very significant in the Hindu tradition, which itself can liberate you in your life. It is on the Karthigaidheebam day, which is just a couple of days, on the 26th it falls, Karthigaidheebam, which is the culmination of this grand 10-day festival. It is on Karthigaidheebam day that Paramashiva stood as an infinite column of light to resolve the difference of opinion between Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu. And he stood as a column of light from Karthigaidheebam day up till Shivaratri, that comes in the month of February. So the Karthigaidheebam day is a celebration of the Big Bang, the happening of Paramashiva on the planet as an infinite column of fire, of light. It is the celebration of the Big Bang, where the one became many, where Paramashiva, the one, decided to become many, as the hill, Arunachala, as the deity, Arunachaleshwara, as the living incarnation through an unbroken lineage of incarnations. The current incarnation being our beloved Bhagwan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and as all the beings on the planet. So it is on Karthigaidheebam day that time actually started ticking on planet Earth after Paramashiva landed. So the constellation on the Karthigaidheebam day is the earliest constellation that all our great forefather rishis have been able to bring back as a print for humanity. The earliest constellation in the Vedic calendar is the Karthigaidheebam day, the happening of Paramashiva in Tiruvannamalai. And this is therefore the grandest celebration, not only in Tiruvannamalai, but in the entire world, because it is very significant in the history of humanity, because Paramashiva himself landed to give enlightenment to the whole of humanity, not just to Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu. You are seeing here the beautiful chariot of Lord Subramanya, Lord Muruga, the second son of Paramashiva himself, who happened from the third eye of Paramashiva. Lord Subramanya took birth from the third eye energy of Lord Paramashiva, and he was given birth for the purpose of destroying the demon brothers, the Tarakasura brothers. Therefore, Lord Subramanya is a symbol of victory, of Jaya. He is the Lord of victory, of invincibility. In the life of Bhagwan, as a child, there is a very significant happening of Lord Subramanya, where, yes, now you are having a close-up view of the deity, the grand decorations done by the temple priests of the Arunachaleshwara temple. They are called the Sthanigars, the class of Shivacharyas who specifically do the deity decoration. They are called the Sthanigars. When Bhagwan's Guru, Mata Vibhutananda Puri, wanted to initiate Bhagwan as a child during the Skanda Shashti Vrata, which is the 6-day festival observed dedicated to Lord Muruga, Lord Subramanya, Bhagwan used to very austerely observe the 6-day fasting for Lord Muruga, and at the end of this 6-day festival, at the end of his fasting, he had a darshan, the direct live darshan of Lord Muruga himself.
along with both the divine consorts, Valli and Devayanai, and he appeared in his six-faced form as Shanmukha with his 12 hands and holding all his weapons that are used to destroy the ignorance of humanity. In full form, he gave the darshan to Bhagwan as a child, and he himself directly downloaded the Siddha science into Bhagwan as a child. Lord Muruga is a presiding deity for the Siddha tradition of Hinduism. The great tradition, the Siddha tradition, which is the tradition of using sacred herbs for healing and enlightenment. We know the great Siddhas in the Hindu tradition, the sage Agastya, and the 18 primal Siddhas, followed by thousands of them after that. Lord Subramanya is a presiding deity for all of the Siddhas, the entire Siddha tradition. We're once again having a grand view of the Theradi street and the various temple chariots parked, each chariot belonging to one of the 5 Murthis, the Panchamurthys, 5 deities, which are Lord Annamalaiyar, Lord Ganesha, Lord Subramanya, Devi, and Chandikeshwara. These entire 10 days, the entire Tiruvannamalai townspeople hold no other thought current in them except the festival and participating in it and immersing themselves in it, because the processions happen not just in the morning but in the evening also. Every day the Panchamurthys are taken in procession both in the morning and in the evening. It is on this 7th day alone that they are taken only once around, because it takes an enormous amount of time for the 5 grand chariots to make their way through the entire Madavidhi, the 4 streets surrounding the temple. And we are right in the middle of it. We are participating in it live on the eastern street, the southern side of the temple, Theradi street, waiting for Lord Subramanya to embark on his royal procession in the Madavidhi, and we will witness the historic offering of Mandagapadi right from KAILASA Sri Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi, our beloved Bhagwan's parental home. The Kailasa Vasis, the sannyasis and devotees will be offering the Mandagapadi right from Sri Kailasa's Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi to annamalaiyar.
Shiva Shaktishwara, Shri Saileshwara, Shambho Shankara, Nithyapurisha, Nitheshwara, Hari Nitheshwara, Nitheshwara.
You can see the people on Theradi street pulling the chariot. You can feel the fervor in the air on Theradi street, the spiritual fervor and fragrance in the air. Yes, you can see the people now. Every practice, every ritual in the Hindu tradition aids the conscious growth of the ones performing it. And participating in such huge festivals is a direct leap in the consciousness of every being. That is why in Hinduism, literally every day is a celebration, especially in Tiruvannamalai. At least 300 out of 365 days in a year, annamalaiyar Paramashiva steps out in procession on the streets in Madavidhi, gracing and blessing the people. A huge teamwork and effort goes behind organizing the Karthigaidheebam festival, right from organizing it, the beings are immersed in the thought and remembrance of only Paramashiva, annamalaiyar, which is the greatest spiritual practice they can do 24 hours of the day. You are now having a beautiful close-up darshan of Lord Subramanya holding his spear, which was given to him by his own mother, Devi herself, the divine consort of Paramashiva. Yes, you are having a wonderful darshan of Subramanya. You can offer your prayers at his feet. He is holding the spear on his right hand. The spear is given to Lord Subramanya by his own mother, Devi Parashakti herself, given to him to destroy the demonic forces, for which he was given birth by Paramashiva himself through Paramashiva's own third eye. You can see Lord Muruga with his two divine consorts, Devi Valli and Devi Devayanai. Lord Subramanya is one of the main 64 superconscious mutations of Lord Paramashiva. Lord Paramashiva gave birth to Lord Muruga from his very own third eye. And Lord Subramanya is a symbol of invincibility, of success, of victory. He successfully destroyed the demonic forces, the demons who were troubling the Devatas, the gods, Lord Indra, the head of all the gods. You can see the young and old alike, the youth of Tiruvannamalai and people who travel to Tiruvannamalai just to be here for this 10-day festival. You can see all of them on the Theradi street right now, enjoying with no other thought in them other than annamalaiyar, Paramashiva. It is the joy of the devotees when the Lord steps out on the streets to give darshan to them. It is on these very chariots that Bhagwan has travelled as a child during not just this Karthigaidheebam festival, but every single Brahmotsavam, 10-day festival of annamalaiyar that happened in Tiruvannamalai. The temple Shivacharyas, the temple priests, have so often shared with us that until annamalaiyar safely goes back into the temple to his yathasthana, to where he duly belongs inside the temple, until then Bhagwan as a child would be by their side, and he would only, after the final offering of annamalaiyar has happened inside the temple, only after that he would run back to his home. Such was Bhagwan's demonstration of responsibilism as a small child here in Tiruvannamalai, where every time annamalaiyar stepped out, he felt it was his utmost responsibility to be by his side until he reached the yathasthana inside the temple, and only then retire to his own home. From the moment KAILASA legally secured the Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi, continuous Aushadha Annadana is being offered to the people of Tiruvannamalai, which is the distribution of free food infused with divine healing energy. Aushadha, sacred herbs, sacred items are added to the food that is cooked and offered to the people. Continuous Annadan, Anna meaning food, Dana meaning meaning free distribution, offering to the people. Aushadha Annadana has been happening in Kailasa Sri Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi from Bhagwan's own parental home. And the people of Tiruvannamalai have been celebrating non-stop, having Bhagwan back in Tiruvudal Street, their own beloved Bhagwan back in Tiruvudal Street after 28 long years. In 1995, Bhagwan stepped out of Tiruvannamalai for the explosive international mission of KAILASA. You are having a close-up view of the chariot of Lord Muruga. All of these elements of the temple tradition of Hinduism, Bhagwan has replicated and inspired millions of his followers to replicate for all the Kailasa temples worldwide. To bring this festival together, there is a huge teamwork that happens, and Bhagwan has so beautifully explained to us during every Karthigaidheebam festival what an elaborate synchronized team effort it is, and how the different communities of Tiruvannamalai, each of them is allotted a specific task in each of these festivals, and that community performs that task with such integrity and authenticity. For every part of the festival, one community is held responsible, and all of these communities come together to make this grand synchronized happening possible. You can see the street vendors selling all their goodies to the people who are participating in the festival. You can see right from the sugar candy vendor to the vendors who are offering, who sell all the offering worship items to annamalaiyar. The Karthigaidheebam festival is literally like a mini Kumbh Mela. The Kumbh Mela, which is the largest gathering of humanity on planet Earth in the name of faith. The Karthigaidheebam festival is a mini Kumbh Mela that happens in Tiruvannamalai every year this time. We're having darshan of Lord Subramanya. He's about to embark on his procession in the Madavidi, the 4 streets surrounding the Arunachaleshwara temple. The Arati is being offered to him, Arati, which is the lit camphor. And you are also seeing the temple Javans, Javan meaning the watchmen of the temple. They are standing right in front. It is customary for the temple Javans to stand in each of the chariots and ensure that the procession happens with all due diligence. Each one of them plays their own important role in the entire festival. And it happens year after year with the same integrity and dedication on each of their part. From the Shivacharyas, the temple priests, up to the temple Javans, who you're seeing in front of you, all of them, 3 generations of them, have seen Bhagwan right from his childhood. And they are known personally to Bhagwan from his childhood, because Bhagwan was an integral part of the temple and the temple team. And he had a personal relationship with each one of them. Therefore, each of them shares their own sweet memories of their own Bhagwan as a child in Tiruvannamalai. The temple Shivacharyas have so often shared with us how, as a child, Bhagwan was ever ready, standing to offer any seva to Paramashiva, to annamalaiyar, that the Shivacharya would request him to do, whether it was plucking the flowers from the Nandavanam, the temple flower gardens, or it was cleaning the puja items after offering puja and arati to Lord Annamalaiyar, or it was just running to the homes of the temple Shivacharyas to get any other items that they required from their homes. The Shivacharyas' homes would just be on the big street called Periyatheru, which is the northern side of the temple. It is the northern leg of the Madavidi, the 4 streets surrounding the temple. Any seva, Bhagwan as a child would be there ready to do. Therefore, each Shivacharya is an integral part of Bhagwan's life right from his childhood. Bhagwan would be there in the temple promptly for the Suprabhata Seva, which is the early morning first ritual that happens in the temple, which is the ceremonious waking up of the Lord and offering the first worship, right up to the Palliyarai ritual, which is the last offering of the day at night, which is ceremoniously putting the Lord and his divine consort back to rest for the day. Right from Suprabhatam to Palliyarai, Bhagwan would be there in the temple unfailingly. So much so, one of the temple Shivacharyas, Lord Sri Vaidyanatha Gurukul, shared with us so beautifully. He said, if Swamiji was not there on any day for the Palliyarai puja at night, you could be sure that he was not in station. That could be the only reason. With such surety, the temple Shivacharyas and all the people of Tiruvannamalai vouch for Bhagwan's temple-based lifestyle and presence in the Arunachaleshwara temple unfailingly. You can see how the procession is being conducted. Lord Muruga is about to start his royal procession on Madavidi. It's a huge, seamless, synchronized effort that puts this whole Karthigaidheebam festival together, that accommodates the millions of thronging devotees so seamlessly into its fold. And on the side, you can see the offering of the Kavadi, people carrying the Kavadi for Lord Muruga. Yes, now you are having a darshan of Arunachala. From the eastern side, Arunachala is Paramashiva himself in hill form in Tiruvannamalai. which is the first form that he assumed after appearing as a infinite column of light. This is the first form he assumed in Tiruvannamalai on the planet as a mountain called Arunachala. And when his devotees requested him to take a form which could be worshipped by the people as everyday offering of puja, he then assumed the form of the Shivalinga, which is the main deity Arunachaleshwara inside the temple. You are having darshan of the Rajagopuram, the eastern side, which is the largest temple tower out of the lofty 9 temple towers of the temple. And the third form that Paramashiva promised he would be available to humanity from Tiruvannamalai is an incarnation through an unbroken stream of incarnations. The current living incarnation of Paramashiva being our beloved Bhagwan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. You can see the beautiful decorations, the Alankar. Traditional decoration is called Alankar on the wooden chariot of Lord Muruga, Lord Subramanya. Each Hindu god has multiple names signifying each of the beautiful divine attributes of that particular god or deity. Lord Subramanya is also called Lord Muruga. He is also called Shanmukha because he has 6 faces to him. And it is with all his 6 faces, 12 hands and 2 divine consorts, Devi Valli and Devi Devayanai, that he appeared in darshan to our beloved Bhagwan when Bhagwan was around 10 years of age, when he was observing the 6-day Skanda Shashti Vrata, the 6-day fasting that people observe during the Skanda Shashti festival dedicated to Lord Muruga every year, which celebrates the happening of Lord Muruga from the third eye of Paramashiva and the destruction of the demonic forces by Lord Muruga. Bhagwan had a live darshan of Lord Subramanya, and Lord Subramanya himself downloaded the great Hindu science of the Siddha tradition, which is the science of the sacred herbs for healing and enlightenment, which the great Siddhas are known for. In Hinduism, each tradition is a path to enlightenment. In the Siddha tradition, the path to enlightenment is through all these sacred mystical herbs. Merely watching this Karthigaidheebam festival and parking our own being in the heart of annamalaiyar, having annamalaiyar in our own hearts, is the best spiritual practice we can do these 10 days. Yes, now you are seeing the Aushadha Annadana being served live from KAILASA Sri Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi on Tiruvudal Street, which is the southern street of the Arunachaleshwara temple. On one side now, you are seeing the Aushadha Annadana being served by the Kailasavasis, the devotees, the sannyasis, to all the townspeople and the visitors of Tiruvannamalai. And on your other side of the screen, you are seeing Lord Subramanya's chariot about to start on its royal procession. Very soon we will be witnessing Lord Subramanya passing by and halting at Kailasa Shri Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi to receive the Mandagapadi offering. You can see the devotees of Annamalaiyar queuing up to receive the Aushadha Annadana from Bhagwan himself through the extended hands of his devotees.
சொன்ன சுத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்.
You can see the whole spiritual fervor and flavor and fragrance of this festival on Theradi Street. On one side, the royal chariots of the Panchamurthys, the 5 deities of the temple, and amidst the whole thing, the sea, the ocean of devotees, along with the vehicles, all of them so seamlessly coexisting and celebrating.
சொந்தமாக்க எண்ணி விட சேர்ந்திடாம ஓடிடும். தென்றலாக வீசிடும் தேகந்தால் சிலிர்த்திடும். சொந்தமாக்க எண்ணி விட
Continuous Annadan has been happening right from Bhagwan's parental home. From the time Kailasa legally secured Bhagwan's parental home into its divine fold.
நனைஞ்சிடும். இதயத்துக்குள்ள இனிதாக வரும் ஆனந்தம். சக்தி
Bhagwan's Annadan in Tiruvannamalai dates back to 1978, from the time he assumed the human form on the planet. The first few years, until he could do it himself, he made it happen through his own beloved grandfather, Rajanudaliyar Tata, one of the elite citizens of Tiruvannamalai, known for his charitable activities, especially his Annadana to all the sadhus and devotees of Paramashiva. It is the divine orchestration in the life of Bhagwan. Every single element in his life has been divinely orchestrated. The family into which he would be born, the community, the Tondai Mandala Adishaiva Velalar community into which he would be born, the street into which he would be born, Tiruvudal Street, which is inside the temple precincts, which is the 6th circumambulation path of Arunachaleshwara. Every single detail in his divine life is orchestrated by the cosmos. Being the incarnation of Paramashiva, every single detail is orchestrated. So the first few years of Bhagwan's life on the planet, he served his dear people, reviving the grand tradition of Annadan through his own dear grandfather, Shri Rajanudaliyar Tata. And of course, we have photographs of the recorded of the first Annadan served by Bhagwan himself, cooked and served by Bhagwan at Pavadakundru here in Tiruvannamalai, which is the spot where Bhagwan had his enlightenment experience at the age of 12. And thereafter, it's been a saga of Annadan in Tiruvannamalai. The people of Tiruvannamalai love to partake of Bhagwan's Annadan. They know it is infused with the very cosmic healing energy served by Bhagwan himself through the hands of his devotees. Kailasa's temple monastery complex, the Kailasa and Tiruvannamalai, the Adinam temple monastery complex is located on the mountain path itself. And it is from there that usually the Annadana happens every day for all the sadhus and devotees, and on festive occasions such as this, and during every full moon night. A marathon Annadana starts at Kailasa and Tiruvannamalai non-stop for 36 to 48 hours till the last devotee of Paramashiva has circumambulated, gone around the hill Arunachala. And this year, very specially, the Annadan is being offered from Bhagwan's own parental home, inside the temple precincts from the 6th Prakara, the 6th circumambulation path, where Bhagwan's parental home is located, where he lived the first 17 years of his life from 1978 to 1995 on the planet. You can see the continuous non-stop movement of devotees on Theradi Street, the eastern side of the temple, which is the street where the temple chariots are usually parked during the non-procession days. That is why it acquired the name Theradi Street. Theradi meaning the place where the temple chariot is parked. So all the 5 chariots would be parked on this street during non-procession days. Therefore, it has the name Theradi Street. And where the largest annamalaiyar's chariot is parked is where is located the home of Sri Yogiram Surat Kumar Swamigal, Bhagwan's predecessor in the lineage of incarnations of Paramashiva in Tiruvannamalai. His home is located just near where the Annamalaiyar's own temple chariot is parked. You can see the vendors are selling all the goodies for all the children who come to participate in the festivals. You can see the sugar candy vendors, the balloon vendors, all the children who come to participate in the festival. These are additional attractions for them while they come to worship Paramashiva. You can see now a beautiful view of Bhagwan's parental home, KAILASA Sri Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi on Tiruvudal Street. On your left side on the screen, the Aushada Annadana is being served, and you can see the beautiful panels describing, narrating the divine life of Bhagwan as a child. You can see the childhood photographs at Bhagwan at age 12, at age 13, at age 14. The Annadana is happening non-stop at Bhagwan's parental home. The people of Tiruvannamalai come eager to receive the Annadana, especially from the Kailasas, because they know it carries the love and energy of Bhagwan himself for his own dear people. Such care and micromanagement Bhagwan himself does for the Annadans. Bhagwan himself micromanages every single detail of the Annadana you are seeing in front of your eyes. The people of Tiruvannamalai and the visitors of Tiruvannamalai know that at any time they can walk into Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai and request for food and they will be fed. Bhagwan has so beautifully trained all the Annadatas, the heads of all the food temples of Kailasa. He so beautifully explains to them how anywhere there is a Kailasa located in the world, there should be no reason for the people residing around it to light the fire in their own home kitchens. They should know that food is available for them at the Kailasa and they can walk in any time. That is the ultimate vision Bhagwan has given to the heads of all the food temples of Kailasa. The Annamalaiyar, which is the food temple of Kailasa, is one of the 5 main pillars of Kailasa. The 5 main pillars are the temples, the monastery complexes, the Annamalayars themselves, and the Goshala and agriculture that come together, and education, the Hindu universities of Kailasa. So Annamalaiyar is one of the 5 main pillars of Kailasa, through which Bhagwan reaches out to the people with the science of enlightenment. Food is an important component which people consume every day. It is an intake into their mind-body consciousness system. Therefore, it becomes very important for the source of the food to be divine. Therefore, the Aushada Annadana served by Bhagwan becomes so important for the conscious growth of the people receiving the food. You can see the spiritual fragrance in the air. Each being you are seeing is carrying only Annamalaiyar in his or her heart. And amidst all this, you can see the police personnel also seamlessly carrying on their duties of maintaining the discipline. The whole thing is a synchronized, organic, seamless, well-orchestrated happening. That is the greatness of all these Hindu festivals, through which the huge crowds are managed so seamlessly. You can see how humbly this old devotee of Paramashiva is receiving the Aushada Annadana. the people of Tiruvannamalai are waiting to have the physical darshan of Bhagwan once again in Tiruvannamalai. So often when sannyasis are walking in the streets of Tiruvannamalai, they are stopped and asked, when will we see Bhagwan physically back in Tiruvannamalai? We are praying to Annamalaiyar to see him physically back in Tiruvannamalai. So having the parental home of Bhagwan back into Kailasa's fold for the people is like having their own Bhagwan back in Tiruvudal street. You can see on your right how beautifully, how seamlessly, without any conflict, the entire Deepam festival is happening in front of your eyes. The ocean of people, the huge chariots, the vehicles, the authorities who are maintaining the discipline, all of them are just so organically and seamlessly weaving into each other, and the whole festival is happening. You can see now the chariot of Lord Muruga making its grand procession on Theradi street on the eastern side, and very soon we will see Lord Muruga taking a turn into Tiruvudal street, which is the southern street where Bhagwan's parental home is located. You are seeing the temple Jawan, the temple watchman, waving the chamara, which is the traditional fan used to fan the deity. The people are thronging the chariot of Lord Muruga. You can see that literally the street, the floor of the street is not even visible. You can only see the ocean of people and the chariots. You can see the small police beats that are temporarily erected just for the festival to maintain the discipline during the festival. Tons of flowers are tied as flower garlands during this 10-day festivals. Literally tons of them. You can imagine just for one of these wooden chariots of the Lord, the grand garlands that are being offered. Hundreds of feet of garlands are tied during this 10-day festival. A beautiful aerial view of Arunachala, the hill farm of Paramashiva, and the eastern entrance of the temple. Yes, and also the procession of Lord Muruga making its grand way in Theradi street towards the southern side. You can see the devotees pulling the chariot and the giant wheels of the chariot, you can see. All the 5 chariots are pulled manually by the devotees of Paramashiva. It is a moment of joy and celebration for the people of Tiruvannamalai and the visitors to be receiving the Aushadha Annadana from Bhagwan's own parental home in Tiruvudal street this year of Karthigaidheebam. You can see how humbly the devotees are receiving the Aushadha Annadana. They know it is from the very hand of Bhagwan, through the hands of his devotees, that they are receiving it. And Bhagwan has told us the huge spiritual significance, the sweet spiritual significance of serving food, especially in Tiruvannamalai. Bhagwan so beautifully has explained. Every being in Tiruvannamalai carries Paramashiva, annamalaiyar, in his own being, such that his very digestive fire of his stomach is Annamalaiyar himself. Annamalaiyar is worshipped as the fire element in Tiruvannamalai because he appeared as the infinite column of fire to resolve the dispute between Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu. Therefore, he is worshipped as the fire element in Tiruvannamalai. So when each being carries Annamalaiyar in his heart, Annamalaiyar resides as this very digestive fire inside him. So when you serve food unto every being in Tiruvannamalai, you are serving food unto Annamalaiyar himself. That is the sweet spiritual significance of serving food in Tiruvannamalai especially. You can see so beautifully the Aushadha Annadana is happening. So patiently and humbly the devotees are receiving the Annadana, and the Kailasavasis are undauntedly serving the Annadana day and night. All vehicle entries into Tiruvannamalai will be halted a few kilometers on the outskirts itself to facilitate the maximum space of being made to devotees on the streets to partake in this festival. So if you have to enter Tiruvannamalai for Karthigaidheebam festival, you will have to enter a few days ahead of its start if you need to come in with your vehicle. Otherwise, you'll need to park your vehicle just on the outskirts and walk into Tiruvannamalai. Such are the huge efforts that go behind making this 10-day festival happen. It's a huge synchronized effort between all the officials, the communities that come together to make this festival, and the people of Tiruvannamalai. And you can see in the background the beautiful panels describing the life of Bhagwan as a child in Tiruvannamalai. You can see the childhood photographs of Bhagwan at the age of 12, at the age of 13, at the age of 14, 15 and 16. At the age of 17, Bhagwan left Tiruvannamalai to pursue and execute the explosive mission of Kailasa, establishing the only Hindu nation in the world. Round the clock, the Aushadha Annadana is being served. And you can see so beautifully the devotees in such a relaxed way. They are the young and old alike. You can see this old devotee of Paramashiva so beautifully receiving the Annadana and standing or sitting in a relaxed way with their own families, partaking of the meal. And on your right, you are seeing the royal procession of Lord Muruga making its way on Theradi Street, the eastern side street of the temple. This is the time to be physically present in Tiruvannamalai during any of these 10 days. Just merely being present in the space of Paramashiva in Tiruvannamalai during these 10 days can give a superconscious breakthrough to your being, because the very air of Tiruvannamalai is charged with the energy of Paramashiva. It is during these 10 days that Paramashiva comes onto the streets of Tiruvannamalai, giving enlightenment to all the beings of all the lokas, all the universes, not just planet Earth. There are other lokas also called parallel universes where other beings exist. Paramashiva, during these 10 days, every day he comes on a different vehicle to give enlightenment to beings of a particular loka or a particular class. You can see the untiring effort at Kailasa Shri Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi, Bhagwan's own parental home in Tiruvannamalai, in serving the Aushadha Annadana to the people. the largest convergence of people happens in Tiruvannamalai for this flagship festival, the Karthigaidheebam. Today we are on day 7 of the festival. It is on this day that the Panchamurthys travel in procession, and annamalaiyar gives enlightenment on the 7th day to the beings of Bhu-Loka, which is our own dear planet Earth. Bhu means the earth and Loka means world or universe. So today, the 7th day, is when Paramashiva gives enlightenment to all the beings in the Bhu-Loka on planet Earth, which is why he rides on the grand wooden chariot. Wood is the element of the human world, of our world. That is the significance of Paramashiva gracing the people today and giving enlightenment on riding on the wooden chariot. You can see continuously the Annadana is being replenished by the KAILASA Vasis around the clock. The food is being prepared. Tons of the ingredients required to prepare the Aushadha Annadana are continuously brought into Bhagwan's own parental home this year to ensure the Annadana happens continuously. Tons of the ingredients required to prepare are continuously somehow brought into the location to ensure continuous distribution of the Annadana. It requires a huge effort amidst the ongoing grand festival to make this whole service available non-stop. You can see on the panels in front of you, you can see the black and white photograph of Bhagwan at the age of 12, which is the first photograph taken after Bhagwan's enlightenment in Pavalakundru in Tiruvannamalai. And this is the very photograph taken in a photo studio organized by Bhagwan's own yoga guru, Yogi Yogananda Puri, also called Raghupati Yogi. And it is while this photo shoot was happening that Sri Radha Krishna Gupta Ayya, the photographer, saw Bhagwan levitating in front of his own eyes. And the photograph that he clicked, when he tried washing the film, in those days it was film photography, the digital photography was not yet in vogue. When he washed the film, as Raghupati Yogi Yogananda Puri rightly told him, there was no impression of Bhagwan that was captured because it was caught while Bhagwan was levitating. The frequency of the body when it levitates cannot be captured on the film. And Radha Krishna Gupta Ayya himself has given an interview, which we will be playing for you shortly, where he has shared his experience of seeing Bhagwan levitate in his photo studio. And this black and white photograph is that historic photograph that was taken as a second shot after Bhagwan came down to the ground after the levitation. And then Yogi Yogananda Puri told Radha Krishna Ayya to take another shot, and he said this time it would be captured on the film. So that is the history behind the black and white photograph of Bhagwan that you are seeing. And next to that photograph on the right is the photograph of Bhagwan taken when he was 16 years of age in 1994. The gurus of Bhagwan performed the Yoga Pattabhishekam to Bhagwan when he was 16 years of age, which is the ritualistic coronation of Bhagwan, passing the mantle on to him in the unbroken lineage of Paramashiva, of the incarnations of Paramashiva, to start guiding humanity in its path of enlightenment. So this is the photograph which marks the Yoga Pattabhishekam ceremony, the 25th of May, 1994. You can see Bhagwan is seated at a spot called Panchamurthys in Tiruvannamalai. It is at this spot from where you can see the Pancha means 5. Panchamukam means 5 faces of Paramashiva, of Arunachala. The Arunachala hill itself is not just a single-faced hill. It has 5 faces and a 6th face, which signifies its very energy presence. So all the 5 faces can be seen from this spot called Panchamukam, and it is in this spot that Bhagwan is seen seated after this Yoga Pattabhishekam ceremony. It is in Panchamukam that Isakya Swamigal's Jiva Samadhi is located. Isakya Swamigal is Bhagwan's guru in the Hindu tradition of Vedanta. His final resting place where his mortal remains are enshrined. It is at this location called Panchamukam. On your right, you can now see the grand procession of Lord Muruga on Theradi Street. He is about to take the turn into Tiruvudal Street, which is the street where Bhagwan's parental home is, where the Aushadha Annadana is going on your left hand side. And you can see the people pulling the chariot, which is a huge spiritual practice in the Hindu tradition, pulling the Lord's chariot. It's a great privilege, pride, spiritual practice to pull the Lord's chariot. Bearing the Lord in their own hearts, the people pull his chariot. This is one of their most intimate moments with the Lord, where they pull his own chariot as he makes his way, gracing the people on the streets. Today, the 7th day of the Karthigaidheebam festival, annamalaiyar Paramashiva comes out to give enlightenment to all the beings of Bhu-Loka, planet Earth. Every day of the festival, he comes out in procession to give enlightenment to one class of beings, of one loka, of one parallel universe. Today is the day where he gives enlightenment to the beings of Bhu-Loka, planet Earth. It takes an enormous amount of time to travel the 4 streets around the temple called the Madaveedi. The temple chariot makes its way slowly, pulled manually by the devotees, and the people feast their eyes on the deities, offer their prayers, their tears of gratitude at the feet of the Lord during all of these 10 days. You can see the massive flower garland. And all around you can see small rituals being performed, austerities being observed by the people. You can see here a devotee of Paramashiva wearing hundreds of Rudraksha rosaries, hundreds of Rudraksha malas around him, and observing a particular ritual to Paramashiva. And amidst all of this, so beautifully, the discipline is maintained by the officials. Untiringly, the Annadana is being offered to the people at Sri Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi, the parental home of Bhagwan in Tiruvannamalai on Tiruvudal Street. So patiently and in such an orderly fashion, you can see Paramashiva's devotees coming specifically to receive Annadana from Bhagwan's hands through the extended hands of his devotees. Every being feels the personal love and care of Bhagwan as they receive this Annadana. Bhagwan carries his devotees in his heart and they carry Bhagwan in their hearts That is the personal, intimate relationship of between Paramashiva and his devotees in Tiruvannamalai. The devotees at KAILASA Shri Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi, as they are serving the Annadan, they are eagerly awaiting the arrival of Lord Muruga at the doorstep of Bhagwan's parental home, so they can have the darshan of Lord Subramanya. You are now having the darshan, the Gopura darshan, the top of the temple tower, the Raja Gopuram, the eastern temple tower of the Arunachaleshwara temple. It is very auspicious to have the darshan of the temple tower, which itself is a divine element of the temple structure. And you're having a beautiful darshan of Arunachala, the hill form of Paramashiva. Throughout Karthigaidheebam festival, the clouds just nestle around Arunachala on its peak. It is the season where the skies shower in Tiruvannamalai. It is part of the Karthigaidheebam celebrations. When the people of Tiruvannamalai come to receive the Annadana, many of them, they bring all their home vessels and they so sweetly extend their home vessels for us to fill it up so they can take it back for their families. You can see here ambidextrously through both the hands, the left and the right hands, the devotees are serving the food to the people. It is always a special joy to serve food to the devotees of Paramashiva, specifically in Tiruvannamalai, because each of them is so intimately connected to Paramashiva and they carry Paramashiva in their own hearts. And serving food into them is like serving Paramashiva himself. Tons of rice is being cooked round the clock to give the non-stop Annadana to the people for all the 10 days of the Karthigaidheebam festival. Just merely watching what you're now watching. On the one side, the Karthigaidheebam festival happening on the Theradi street of the Arunachaleshwara temple, and on the other side, the Aushadha Annadana happening from Bhagwan's parental home on Tiruvudal street. Just watching this is a deep spiritual practice for your own being, while your heart and being is immersed in the remembrance of Paramashiva. Another beautiful view of Arunachala. Arunachala is the hill that beckons. Anyone who sets their eyes on Arunachala are pulled to it, their being is pulled to it in oneness. Arunachala is called the hill that beckons. Arunachala is described as Smaranat Mukti Arunachalam, meaning mere remembrance of Arunachala, of Tiruvannamalai, of the hill of Paramashiva is enough to liberate you. Smaranat Mukti Arunachalam. Smaranat means remembrance, Mukti, liberation. So, Smaranat Mukti Arunachala means mere remembrance of Arunachala is enough to liberate you. That is the power of Arunachala, Tiruvannamalai. This festival, Karthigaidheebam, we are on day 7. of this 10-day festival. The culmination is the 10th day, which is just a couple of days ahead of us on the 26th, which is the day Paramashiva gives enlightenment to Devi herself. Devi realizes herself as part of Paramashiva, in oneness with Paramashiva, as Ardhanarishwara, the Hindu deity which represents the half Paramashiva, half Devi forms, symbolizing the oneness Devi realized with Paramashiva on this day. And it is on this day that we will be witnessing Lord Ardhanarishwara emerging from the Arunachaleshwara temple and gracing his devotees. Today is day 7, where Paramashiva gives enlightenment to the beings of Bhu-Loka, planet Earth. You're having another beautiful darshan of Lord Muruga. Lord Muruga is holding the spear in his hand. The weapon you are seeing in his right hand was given to Lord Subramanya by his own mother, Devi Parashakti, the divine consort of Paramashiva, to vanquish the demonic forces for which Lord Subramanya was given birth. That was the purpose of Lord Subramanya's birth, from the very third eye of Paramashiva. Lord Subramanya was given birth from the very third eye of Paramashiva just to vanquish the demonic forces, the Tarakasura, 3 brothers, who were troubling the Devatas, the gods, Lord Indra, the head of all the gods himself. And when they all came and appealed to Lord Paramashiva, he created Subramanya from his third eye energy. And Devi Parashakti gave the divine spear in his hand to vanquish the demonic forces. You can see the Aushadha Annadana being relentlessly replenished as the Annadana is happening. The replenishment is happening, so there is absolutely no break in the Annadana. On the one side, the devotees are replenishing, and on the other side, you can see the devotees so joyfully serving with both of their hands. There is a continuous inflow of the ingredients required to prepare the Aushadha Annadana flowing into the parental home of Bhagwan on Tiruvudal Street. Through a huge effort, synchronized effort with the officials, the ingredients are being continuously brought into Bhagwan's parental home to prepare the food. You can see the devotees of Paramashiva with all the Hindu symbols smeared on their entire body, right from the holy ash on their forehead. You can see the police officials, the security forces taking a mini break and coming to receive the Aushadha Annadana. All the officials, especially the police forces, they walk into KAILASA, Tiruvannamalai, and quickly grab their food before they go back to their duties. It is always a joy to see the devotees of Paramashiva with all the Hindu symbols smeared on their faces, right from the holy ash on their forehead. The Annadana is one of the 5 main pillars of Kailasa, through which Bhagavan reaches out to the people and supports them in their conscious growth, because food is a very important intake for every human being. Every human being eats at least 3 times in a day, and the food intake directly impacts the consciousness of the human being. Therefore, when the food is prepared under the auspices of an incarnation himself, through initiated disciples, and served through the hands of initiated disciples, it becomes a very important element for the conscious growth of the people who are having the food, which is what makes the annamalayars, the food temples, one of the 5 main pillars of Kailasa. On 19th of November 2002, we have historic photographs captured of the first recorded annadana of Bhagavan, which he cooked and served himself. Right here in Tiruvannamalai, it happened, and that too during this very Karthigaidheebam festival on the 19th of November 2002, which happened again on this very Karthigaidheebam festival. At that time, Bhagavan came to Tiruvannamalai with a small group of people, the yatra that he organized, and he himself cooked and served the food in Pavalakundru, which is where Bhagavan had the enlightenment experience at the age of 12. Stay tuned to see photographs of that historic event. You can see here again the police and security personnel are coming quickly to grab their meal between their duties. And the devotees continue to joyfully serve the annadan with both their hands, left and right, simultaneously, untiringly around the clock. You can see the continuous stream of people. All of these people you are seeing on the Theradi street on your right will at some point in time walk in to receive the annadana from Bhagwan's hands. You can see the giant wheels of the wooden chariot of Lord Muruga making its way on the Theradi street. And you can see the team that is traveling with the chariot. Each of them holds a responsibility in making this procession happen. And you can see the devotees bowing down from their balconies, from their terrace tops. And now you can see the beautiful darshan of Arunachala, the hill form of Paramashiva. Throughout these 10 days, you will find the people lining all their terraces, all their rooftops, all their balconies in continuous worship of Paramashiva. You can see how patiently and humbly, despite the large volume of people, how patiently and humbly the annadana is happening from the side of the devotees as well as from the side of the Kailasavasis. The people are well aware that any time they can walk into Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai to receive food. They know it is assured for them. It is their own home, their own beloved Bhagwan's home, where food is never denied. And the people are celebrating all the more this year because they're receiving the annadan from Bhagwan's own parental home. Usually the annadana is served from Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, which is the temple monastery complex located on the Girivala, the mountain path in Tiruvannamalai. But this year, after Kailasa legally secured Bhagwan's parental home into its fold, the annadana is happening right from Bhagwan's parental home, which makes this a double celebration for the people. Yes, you can now have a good view of the Annadana that is happening. You are actually now traveling in the long corridor of Bhagwan's parental home, where Bhagwan would conduct the procession for his own annamalaiyar deity from his home temple. This is a very auspicious feat of a stretch of 108 feet, where Bhagwan celebrated his childhood deity processions up and down this stretch which you are now seeing and traveling. And you are seeing the beautiful biographical panels on your right, describing the divine life of Bhagwan during the first 17 years, right in this very home, Kailasa Shri Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi. Now we've come out to the entrance of the home. We are now at the entrance of Bhagwan's home. And we are on Tiruvudal Street. We've come on to the Tiruvudal Street because very soon Lord Muruga would be taking the turn into Tiruvudal Street in his grand procession. You can see now the devotees are making the preparations to capture Lord Muruga's procession on Tiruvudal Street. And capturing of the offering of Mandagapadi to the Lord, which is the offering of all the worship items to the Lord from the side of the devotees. A beautiful darshan of the Rajagopuram, the loftiest temple tower of the 9 towers of the Arunachaleshwara temple, which is located on the eastern side. You're having a very beautiful close-up of the fine architecture of this Rajagopuram. Thousands of artisans have worked over decades to make the Arunachaleshwara temple, spearheaded by the ancient kings who are guided by the incarnations and enlightened beings. That is how these huge Hindu temples have been built, where artisans have dedicated their whole life to the sculpting of these temples, knowing well that they will not live long enough to see the culmination of their work in the form of the fully finished temple, knowing that they've dedicated their whole lives to it. That is the greatness of the Hindu tradition and the inspiration that is the backbone of this entire Hindu tradition. You are now seeing the Tiruvudal Street on your left-hand side, and you're seeing the Oya Madam, which is the long structure on the left, which is one of the oldest traditional chowtries of Tiruvannamalai, which is where the marriage ceremony of our beloved Bhagwan's parents happened. The marriage ceremony of Lokanayaki Ammal and Sri Arunachaleswara Swami. This is where the marriage ceremony happened. It was a very elite ceremony conducted by Sri Rajamudaliyar, Bhagwan's maternal grandfather. It's a very beautiful chowdhury located on Tiruvudal Street, which is actually just opposite Bhagwan's home on Tiruvudal Street. And it is in this Oya Madam that we have 2 very historic photographs captured of Bhagwan as a child along with Sri Yogiram Suratkumar Swamigal during a ceremony that happened here. We will be showing you all those photographs shortly. Sri Yogiram Suratkumar Swamigal is the predecessor of Bhagwan in the unbroken lineage of incarnations of Paramashiva in Tiruvannamalai. Paramashiva, it is his promise to humanity to remain in Tiruvannamalai in 3 forms. 1, as the Arunachala hill. 2, as the deity in the Arunachaleshwara temple called Arunachaleshwara. And 3, as an incarnation.
Recording in progress.
Sri Yogiram Surat Kumar Swamigal is the predecessor of Bhagavan in this unbroken lineage of incarnations. Yes, now you are seeing Lord Muruga's chariot. It has taken its turn into Tiruvural Street. So now you are seeing it at its far end. It is so majestically making its way on Tiruvural Street towards Bhagavan's parental home, Kailasa Sri Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi. And the devotees are preparing to receive Lord Muruga. Just watching the royal chariots bearing the deities making their way on the streets is a feast for our very being. When our hearts are immersed in the deities and we watch the deities ceremoniously moving on the streets, it is one of the most sweet spiritual practices in the Hindu tradition, where we are continuously in remembrance of the Lord. We are in the Lord's breathing space because the Lord has now come on to the streets. It is the infinite compassion of the Lord that He comes out on the streets to give darshan to the people where they are, where their homes are, and not just from inside the temple, from inside His own shrine. You can see this is the Hindu lifestyle right in front of your eyes, happening on the streets so seamlessly with no conflict, yet so many activities happening synchronously. The ocean of people, the vehicles, the vendors selling all the worship items and the goodies for all the children, and amidst all this, the grand procession of the deities. This is the lifestyle that Bhagwan is relentlessly reviving from the time he descended on the planet in 1978. Kailasa, Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi, Bhagwan's parental home, which has now been legally secured by Kailasa. Located on Tiruvural Street, which you're seeing now on your left-hand side, where the procession of Lord Muruga is happening. On day 7 of Karthigaidheebam festival, the 10-day flagship festival of Tiruvannamalai. Today is day 7. And every day the Panchamurthys, the 5 main deities from the Arunachaleshwara temple, make their way onto the streets in procession. Every day in the morning and in the evening. Today we are on day 7. And today is the day when the deities come out on the grand chariots. On other days, they come out in their own vehicles. Specific vehicles that each deity has in the Hindu tradition. So on the other days, they come out in their own specific vehicles. But on this day, all 5 of them travel on grand wooden chariots. The significance being, today is the day Paramashiva gives enlightenment to all the beings in the Bhu-Loka, which is planet Earth. Bhu means earth, Loka means world or a particular universe, in all the universes in the galaxy. So today is the day he comes to give enlightenment to the beings of the Bhu-Loka, of planet Earth. And the wood is the element of the human world. Therefore, he graces today in the wooden chariot. And Lord Muruga, who's one of the 5 Panchamurthys, is now making his way on the Madavidi, the procession street surrounding the temple, and he's on the southern side street, the Tiruvural street, where Bhagwan's parental home is located. The Kailasa Tiruvannamalai Sri Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi. This is the very festival Bhagwan himself was physically present for the first 17 years of his life on the planet when he lived in this parental home. He celebrated it as an integral part of the Arunachaleshwara temple, as well as his own home deity procession, his own home temple celebration in his parental home and around the Madhaveedi. And today, the devotees of Bhagwan, it is their pride and privilege to be witnessing the Karthigaidheebam festival from Bhagwan's own parental home, KAILASA, Tiruvannamalai, Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi. It is a cause of great celebration for KAILASA and for the whole of humanity. You can now see Lord Muruga so majestically making his way down Tiruvudal Street, about to pass KAILASA, Tiruvannamalai, Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi, where the Aushadha Annadana is happening continuously. The food is being served to the devotees whole day and night. This is the time to be physically present in Tiruvannamalai and soak our own souls in the grand happening of Paramashiva gracing his devotees for 10 full days on the streets of Tiruvannamalai. You can see here the crowd has picked up on Tiruvudal Street along with Lord Muruga gracing Tiruvudal Street. All of these 10 days in Tiruvannamalai and from world over, people literally leave their other work and throw themselves upon this grand happening, immerse their souls, they soak their souls in this grand happening. Because what can happen to each being when you participate in this huge happening is a very rare thing for your own soul, where your consciousness can take a huge leap by merely participating in this grand 10-day festival. The life of Bhagwan on the planet from day one in 1978 has been just the revival of KAILASA with no other form of entertainment. We have not been able to record even one eyewitness testimonial from Tiruvannamalai saying that there was any other form of entertainment or any other activity in Bhagwan's life as a child. The revival of KAILASA, the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma started right from the day Bhagwan happened on the planet, right here on this Tiruvudal Street you are seeing in front of your eyes, where Bhagwan's parental home is located. It is here he revived all the temple festivals, all the temple processions, all the temple festivities, the everyday pujas, the everyday nitya pujas, which each one is meant to offer as their own Anmartha puja in their own home, which today millions of his devotees are offering as their own Anmartha Puja, in their personal puja, in their own home. Every dimension of Hinduism, in the revival of Hinduism, started here in Tiruvudal Street by Bhagwan as a child. Making of the millions of deities that we see today, Bhagwan started right here in Tiruvudal Street, where he carved his own deities out of soapstone. The Hindu tradition, the science of yoga started right here in Tiruvudal Street, where Yogi Yogananda Puri would come every day in the morning, or sometimes Bhagwan would go to his home, his guru's home, and they both would make their way to the Arunachaleshwara temple, to the Kritika Mandapam inside the temple in the fourth circumambulation path. And Raghupati Yogi Yogananda Puri, would teach yoga to Bhagwan, the great incarnation, when they land. It is their divine life on the planet that is called a Leela, where their whole life is prescripted and they come down and they enact it. And part of that divine life of Bhagwan on the planet is all of its gurus, each guru for the revival of one tradition of Hinduism, Yogi Yogananda Puri being for yoga. You can see here, as Lord Muruga is making his way on Tiruvudal Street, you can see the devotees offering the Mandagapadi, which is the offering of all the puja worship items to Lord Muruga, from their side. The coconuts, the flower garlands, the items used for the sacred bath of Lord Muruga, all of it is being offered, and Lord Muruga is receiving it and blessing them. You can see here a very ancient tradition that is followed. You can see the people carrying sugar canes on their shoulders. On the sugar canes, they actually make a traditional cradle of cloth inside which the newborn babies are placed, and it is a ritualistic offering to the Lord. They offer their newborn babies to the Lord. That is a ritual you're seeing, where you're seeing the people carry the sugarcane on their shoulders. They're actually carrying their babies in a cloth cradle that is hanging on the sugarcane. And you can see the people worshipping Lord Muruga from their balconies, from their rooftop terraces. And the temple priests standing on the chariot next to the deities are receiving the Mandagapadi offerings from the devotees and offering it to Lord Muruga and giving back the blessed offering in the form of the broken coconuts back to the devotees. You can see here the people eagerly coming on to their balconies, home balconies and terraces to receive the darshan and grace of Lord Subramanya. And as this is happening, the Aushadha Annadana, the free food distribution from Bhagwan's parental home, is continuing to happen. We're having darshan of Lord Muruga, Lord Subramanya. The people, the team that goes behind this huge festival seamlessly conducts the festival every moment, making it a celebrative experience for the whole of humanity. We're having a beautiful aerial view on your right hand side. And now you're having darshan of Arunachala, the hill form of Paramashiva. Yes, now you are seeing Lord Muruga on the left, nearing the AKS complex, the home, the parental home of Bhagwan, KAILASA, Tiruvannamalai, Nithyananda, Jenmabhoomi. Lord Muruga is now parked At the AKS complex, Bhagwan's parental home, you can see the royal horses that are part of the chariot, symbolically drawing the chariot, while the devotees pull the chariot on the streets. When you immerse your whole body physically in service to the Lord, it is one of the most profound spiritual experiences that you undergo. When your whole body is immersed in service to the Lord, in pulling of the chariot. You can see the beautiful carvings on the wooden chariot of Lord Muruga and the decorative bells that are hanging on the chariot. Thousands of artisans inspired by the great truths of Hinduism, by the cosmic principle Paramashiva himself. That is what we see as the outcome of these beautiful sculptures. That is what we see as the outcome of these beautiful sculptures. And you can now see the beautiful banner outside Bhagwan's parental home. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Sri Nithyananda's parental ancestral home, KAILASA Tiruvannamalai Sri Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi. In the three official languages of KAILASA, which is Tamil, English and Sanskrit. You can see in all the three languages and the beautiful photograph of Bhagwan. These are the three official languages of KAILASA: Sanskrit, Tamil and English. And in Kannada also, which is the official language of Karnataka, the state where Adi Kailasa, the spiritual hub of Kailasa, is located. And you can once again see all the devotees straining their necks to have the darshan of Lord Muruga from their own home balconies and terraces. Yes, you can see Lord Muruga majestically passing by and gracing KAILASA Tiruvannamalai Sri Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi. It's a historic Karthigaidheebam celebration this year where KAILASA is celebrating it from the very parental home of Bhagwan, where Bhagwan himself celebrated as a child. From where Bhagwan himself witnessed Lord Muruga on this very 7th day of the festival. Of course, Bhagwan would be travelling along with the chariot all the time. Yes, you can now see the entrance of KAILASA Tiruvannamalai Sri Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi. From KAILASA Tiruvannamalai Sri Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi. And now you are seeing the ceremonious Arati being offered, the lit camphor being offered to the Pratyakshamurti, the light. To the Pratyakshamurti, the life-size deity of Bhagwan at Bhagwan's parental home, and then it is being offered to all the devotees of Paramashiva. The sannyasis are offering the ceremonious Arati to Bhagwan at his very own parental home and to then offering it to all the devotees of Paramashiva to partake of it. Day and night, the sannyasis and devotees of Bhagwan are relentlessly working to serve the people of Tiruvannamalai, to serve Paramashiva annamalaiyar with Aushada Annadana, with all the ritualistic offerings, bringing Bhagwan's grace to his own dear people. To continuous synchronized effort, the whole thing is happening. Micromanaged by Bhagwan himself, entering Bhagwan's parental home. This is the very corridor where Bhagwan celebrated the processions of his own home Annamalaiyar as a child. Today, in this very corridor, the Aushada Annadana is being offered to the people of Tiruvannamalai, which is so historic and joyful to witness. Continuously ladles of food are being served to the Paramashiva devotees, and continuously on one side the food is being replenished, as you can see. As the devotees cling on to the deities' chariots, they quickly step in to Bhagwan's parental home to grab their meal and continue in procession. The food that is being served is divine food called Aushada Annadan, infused with healing ingredients and healing energy, cooked and served under the complete auspices of Bhagwan, which will nurture the very soul of each being partaking of it. Now you are seeing on your right hand side Lord Muruga's majestic chariot making its way. He is still on Tiruvudal street, past Bhagwan's parental home, and he's proceeding towards the western side called the Pe Gopuram street, the western side of the Madavidi, which is the 4 streets surrounding the Arunachaleshwara temple. Tiruvudal street, where Bhagwan's parental home is the southern side street of the Madavidi surrounding the temple. And you can see how continuously the festival is being conducted by the team, the temple team, so joyfully, blissfully. The entire townspeople are part of the celebrations. You can see how joyfully the festival is being conducted continuously, making it such a jubilant celebration for the people, where the Panchamurthys, the 5 deities of the Arunachaleshwara temple, are being taken ceremoniously in procession around the temple. After each of the 5 deities comes back to the temple, the next deity of the 5 Murti starts its procession in the temple chariot. It takes the whole day for the Panchamurthys to complete the procession on the Madavidi, the 4 streets surrounding the temple. In just a couple of hours from now, we will see Annamalaiyar himself on the largest of the temple chariots in grand procession. Lord Ganesha first finishes his procession followed by Lord Subramanya. You can see the people here near the temple chariot. You can see the giant wheels of the temple chariot, and the people are taking darshan of the temple chariot. They touch the temple chariot and put it on their eyes in darshan of it. And you can see now the synchronized team effort that is being put to take the wooden chariots, the deities' chariots, onto the streets. It's a huge synchronized effort that is required. And Bhagwan has always asked the Kailasavasis, the devotees and his followers, to take a look at especially Arunachaleshwara temples, Brahmotsavams, and the huge team effort that goes behind it, and to learn how the whole thing is put together by the team of people so joyfully. You can see the preparations and you can see the joy on the faces of each of the devotee. The entire festival happens just out of joy and celebration, in a celebrative mood, which is what makes it untiring for the people. The joy and energy of Paramashiva is continuously imbibed by them, which makes it untiring for them to sustain through the 10 days of this colossal, huge festival. It is the sheer bliss energy of Paramashiva that makes it happen, which Bhagwan wants each of his followers, each being in the whole of humanity, to experience in their own beings, which is why the grand revival of Kailasa has happened. The establishment of the only Hindu nation, Kailasa, has happened for the grand revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which is the science of living enlightenment. You can see here the increase in the crowd as the day passes. You cannot see an inch of the street. You can only see the ocean of people and the grand chariots. And you can see on the left hand side of your screen, continuously the Annadana is being served at Bhagwan's parental home on Tiruvudal Street in Tiruvannamalai. Lord Muruga has just passed by on Tiruvudal Street outside Bhagwan's parental home. You can now see how the devotees are pulling the chariot. Each of the 5 grand wooden chariots are pulled manually by the devotees. The horses that you are seeing are symbolic of drawing the chariots, but the chariot itself is pulled manually by the devotees. That is their greatest joy during this Karthigaidheebam festival. Either bearing the Lord on their own shoulders in palkis or pulling the grand chariots of the Lord, where their whole body is physically immersed in the fervor of devotion to the Lord. And you can see on your left, in such a relaxed way, people are resting their feet a bit and relaxing and having the Aushada Annadana, the food that is being served from Bhagwan's parental home. Each of them feels Bhagwan in their hearts when they have the food. And again on your right hand side, you can see Lord Muruga's chariot. You can see the senior citizens of Tiruvannamalai having a hearty meal at Bhagwan's parental home. Karthigaidheebam festival is the time of the year when the sky continuously shower, adding to the jubilation. Come rain or shine, the undaunted services of Bhagwan happen here in Tiruvannamalai during this festival every year, and this year right from his own parental home. This entire Annadana, free food offering to the people that you are seeing from Bhagwan's parental home, is the statement of Bhagwan's love for his people of Tiruvannamalai. And you can see Bhagwan's life story depicted on the panels on your left hand side. All the childhood historic photographs that Bhagwan's gurus, Yogi Yogananda Puri, his yoga guru, Mata Vibhutananda Puri, also called Mataji Kuppammal, Bhagwan's guru in Vedanta, in Tantra, in Sri Vidya. All his gurus organized for these photographs to be taken, knowing that they are going to be historic photographs, treasures for the whole of humanity forever. The very photographers who took these photographs are still available in Tiruvannamalai. They reside in Tiruvannamalai. They are ardent devotees of annamalaiyar, Paramashiva, and we have heard the sharings of the very photographers who have taken these photographs. You can see now the ocean of people. You can see the spiritual fervor in the air, the celebration. The people are dancing on the streets, waving their hands. Surrounding the deities, the Panchamurthys, the 5 deities, Annamalaiyar Paramashiva, Lord Subramanya, Lord Ganesha, Devi, and Lord Chandikeshwara. It is a scene to be seen, and all the 10 days remain like this in Tiruvannamalai during this Karthigaidheebam festival. And you can also see the vehicles and the street vendors making their way seamlessly through this entire happening. That is the organic, blissful, festival, temple-based lifestyle of Hinduism that Bhagwan is reviving for the whole of humanity. The Aushadha Annadana is happening non-stop. It is a 10-day marathon Annadana that is happening from Bhagwan's parental home in Tiruvannamalai, because all the 10 days there is a huge convergence of people in Tiruvannamalai. Rain or shine, day or night, the effort is relentless to keep the Annadana going, and people know that any time of the day they can walk in to KAILASA, Tiruvannamalai, and receive the Annadana. All 3 meals are assured, especially during the Karthigaidheebam festival. And of course, the everyday Annadana happens from KAILASA, Tiruvannamalai, Until Kailasa legally secured Bhagwan's parental home, the everyday Annadana happens from Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, located in the Girivala, in the mountain path, which is the 7th circumambulation of the temple. There are 7 concentric circumambulation paths around the main deity, Annamalaiyar, inside the temple. Bhagwan's home is located on the 6th circumambulation path, called the Madavidhi. On the 7th circumambulation path, which is the Girivala, the mountain path itself around Arunachala, Bhagwan has established Kailasa Tiruvannamalai, the main temple monastery complex, which has been serving the people since 19th of April 2008, when Bhagwan officially inaugurated it. You can see the devotees of Bhagwan untiringly serving the Annadana, often with both their hands, working simultaneously to serve the food. And you can see here the ritual with the sugar cane, where you can see now they are tying the cloth cradle to the sugar cane, inside which they will place their newborn babies and take the baby in procession around the street surrounding the temple as an offering to the Lord himself. It's a very beautiful, one of the beautiful traditions in the Hindu tradition, in Hinduism. We now have a very beautiful aerial view of the procession. We are at Teradi Street. We are back at Teradi Street, the eastern side of the temple, where the 5 temple chariots are usually parked during the non-procession days. That is why it acquired the name Teradi Street. Ter means chariot. Teradi means the place where the chariot is parked. Therefore, this street is called the Teradi Street, where the 5 temple chariots are parked during the non-procession days. And today, all the 5 huge temple chariots are in movement. They are in procession, carrying their respective deities, the Panchamurthys, the 5 deities, in procession, gracing the people. The Panchamurthys are Lord Annamalaiyar, Lord Ganesha, Lord Subramanya, Devi, and Lord Chandikeshwara. Food is a very important component in our path to enlightenment. Bhagwan has delivered hundreds and thousands of discourses where he has specifically spoken on the importance and significance of the food that we eat, because it is the food that goes into us almost 3 times a day, and it plays an important role in nurturing our consciousness. The food, the Aushadha Annadana, is prepared with the utmost care and love and the direct micromanagement of Bhagwan. Of course, the food completely avoids some of the what is considered as the food ingredients that should not be added in your everyday food, like onion, green chilies, and garlic. They are completely avoided in this Aushadha Annadana because they are items that can be used only in very minuscule quantity as medicinal preparations and not as part of your mainstream food. So, avoiding such items, this Aushadha Annadana is cooked and served to the people continuously, as you're seeing in front of your eyes. And so sweetly, the people, just like in their own homes, they are standing right next to where the food is being served and going in for their second and third round, as you would do in your own home. That is the feeling the people of Tiruvannamalai carry in their hearts for Bhagwan. And when he serves the food, it becomes their own home where they come, they rest their feet, they sit with their families, and they have their own family talks. They partake of the food, and then they move on in their celebrations for which they have come. We have witnessed every Purnima, full moon night, when millions of people go around Arunachala hill in circumambulation. We have witnessed the huge marathon Annadana that happens from KAILASA in Tiruvannamalai, which is located on the mountain path, the temple monastery complex, where lakhs of people converge and receive the Annadana on that full moon night every single month. We are about to witness that in just a couple of days from now. The 10th day of this Karthigaidheebam festival is the Karthigaidheebam day itself, the culmination, and it is the full moon night day. So we will be witnessing the huge Annadan being offered to the lakhs of people who will be going around the mountain path on this particular day. And this happens every month on the full moon night. And this particular full moon night, which coincides with the Karthigaidheebam day itself, is extra special. The day of enlightenment of Devi, when Devi realized her oneness with Paramashiva, and Annadan will be served from Bhagwan's parental home itself. We are in for more and more celebrations every day. We are seeing Lord Muruga continuing in his procession majestically on the streets, the Madaveedi, the 4 streets surrounding the temple. And you can see the sugar candy vendors amidst this entire ocean of people eagerly making their ways to all the children who are participating in this festival, selling their sugar candies to the children. You are now having a beautiful darshan of the Rajagopuram, the eastern side temple tower, and Arunachala, the hill form of Paramashiva. There are totally 9 Gopurams, temple towers, surrounding the main Arunachaleshwara deity, Paramashiva, called annamalaiyar, Arunachaleshwara, here in Tiruvannamalai. And out of the 9 towers, the eastern side tower, which is called the Rajagopuram, is the loftiest of all. You can see how continuously the Aushadha Annadana is being replenished. And you can see the devout devotees of Annamalaiyar coming and receiving the Annadana, the sadhus, the sannyasis, the townspeople, the young and old alike, the visitors. Yes, you can see here how beautifully people bring their own home kitchen vessels and get it filled here in KAILASA, Tiruvannamalai, so they can take back food for the people waiting in their own homes. So the people in their own homes don't miss Bhagwan's own home served food. Tons of rice making its way to the serving area. On the one side, it is being replenished, while simultaneously the food is being dished out to the devotees. And you can see here the devotees of Paramashiva partaking of the eternal flame that burns just outside the eastern tower on the Teradi street. You can see the flame in the center of your screen and the devotees partaking of the flame. It is the eternal flame lit as an offering to Paramashiva, Annamalaiyar. You can see the young citizens and visitors of Tiruvannamalai coming eagerly to receive the Aushadha Annadan. It's the most celebrative moments for Kailasavasis around the world to see Bhagwan's parental home being flooded with the devotees of Paramashiva after 28 long years, and Annadana being served from Bhagwan's own home. We are having a beautiful aerial view of the eastern side temple entrance. This is the 16-pillared hall called the Padanarkal Mandapam, where there are 16 pillars, and here is where the Annamalaiyar deity and the other 4 deities, all the 5 deities, will be brought out from the temple and parked here before they come on to the streets to start their procession. So that is the 16-pillared hall where the deities are parked, and the final Arati offering of lit camphor is offered to them before they set out on their procession. And as a child, Bhagwan would be by the side of Annamalaiyar, sitting on the very chariot of Annamalaiyar, traveling in procession with him from start to finish, from the time Annamalaiyar leaves the temple to the time he is brought back. And the final offering is offered inside the temple to him. Bhagwan would be by his side as a child, and only after the entire ceremony is over and the Shivacharyas locked the temple, Bhagwan would go back to his home. And Bhagwan's parents knew Bhagwan was part of the celebration, so they were never concerned that Bhagwan was missing all day and late into the night. They knew that they will not be expecting him until the whole ceremony is over every single day. The integrity and Shraddha, the authenticity with which Bhagwan was part of these ceremonies in Tiruvannamalai, and the way he celebrated his own home festivals as a replica of the main temple festivals, witness to that are all the people of Tiruvannamalai, including the Shivacharyas, the chief temple priests of the Arunachaleshwara temple. That is the way the revival of Kailasa, Bhagwan, started right from day one, right from this parental home on Tiruvudal Street. You can see the people raising their hands in worship of the Lord in front of Lord Muruga's chariot, straining their necks to have darshan of Lord Muruga. You can see how the people don't hesitate to bring their newborn babies who can barely walk, into this ocean of people with no hesitation, so that the children are brought up in the religious fervor and spiritual ambience of Tiruvannamalai, of Paramashiva.
Recording stopped.
You can see every single home balcony filled with its residents who are peering out of the balcony to watch the majestic procession of Lord Muruga passing by their own homes, which is why the Lord comes out in procession, so that from the comfort of your own homes, you can have his darshan. If you choose to go to the temple, you can have his darshan. But from the comfort of your own homes, he comes out on almost 300 days every year in Tiruvannamalai to give darshan from your own home street to you. You can see a beautiful photo in front of on your screens. You have the Arunachala hill, and you have the main Rajagopuram temple tower, and you have the top of the chariot of Lord Muruga. All three, top of the chariot of one of the Panchamurthys, all three in one single frame. The temple tower is the relentless decades of work of thousands of artisans hundreds of years ago, inspired by the great incarnations and saints, spearheaded by the kings who ruled at that time. Bhagwan explains so beautifully during his global presidential addresses and during the Kailasavasis meetings, how these artisans have dedicated their whole lives to make these lofty towers possible, and how only when an entire civilization is inspired by the truths behind these temples and the traditions, that it is even possible to make such huge towers, temples, and festivals possible. It is not enough Bhagavan says that if only the ruling king is inspired by what he wants to create as a temple, the entire civilization has to be inspired, because thousands of hands need to work to make these temple towers possible. And unless they are completely convinced and inspired by the great truths that drive these temples, it is not possible to make such lofty towers. You can see the celebration amongst the people as Lord Muruga makes his way in his procession. The entire Tiruvannamalai is a scene of sheer joy, bliss, celebration and spiritual fervor and fragrance during these 10 days of Karthigaidheebam celebrations. It is on Karthigaidheebam, which is the 10th day of this celebration, which is the climax, which is the culmination of this 10-day festival, that Paramashiva appeared eons ago as an infinite column of light to resolve a dispute between Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu. So this is the day, Karthigaidheebam is the day when he landed on planet Earth to resolve the dispute as an infinite column of light. So therefore, it is a happening of the Big Bang on planet Earth, from when time itself started ticking on the planet. And the constellation captured on this day is the earliest constellation that our great rishis, inner world scientists, have been able to reproduce for us, humanity. So it is in a way the starting of time itself for humanity. The happening of Paramashiva as an infinite column of light on Karthigaidheebam day, which is just a couple of days ahead of us, on the 26th. And this festival that we are witnessing is the Karthigaidheebam 10-day festival, which culminates on the Karthigaidheebam day itself. It is a celebration of Paramashiva, who is the one becoming many. He became the hill, he became the Arunachaleshwara linga inside the temple, he became a living incarnation, and he went on to become all the beings on the planet. The one became many on this day. So on Karthigaidheebam day, we will be witnessing how beautiful lamps are lit, symbolically celebrating from one lamp. Millions of lamps will be lit, celebrating the one becoming many. And on the evening of the same day, we will be witnessing how the millions of lamps are brought back and put into the one lamp, celebrating the oneness, the many becoming one, which is the oneness of Paramashiva and all the beings. You are seeing a close-up view of the ritual with the sugar cane, where the newborn babies are carried as an offering to Lord Paramashiva in a cloth cradle tied to sugar cane, and it is borne on the shoulder by the family members of the baby. You will find small rituals happening amidst this entire celebration, each one offering their own ritualistic offering to Paramashiva. Amidst the grandest main temple procession. It is to keep all such traditions alive, to revive all such traditions, that Bhagavan is working relentlessly. In Tiruvannamalai, we have witnessed the beautiful tradition of lemon piercing and fire walking, which Bhagavan makes happen for his followers in KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, the temple monastery complex on the mountain path, where he himself enters the fire bed and walks the stretch of the burning coal, the burning fire, which is the most amazing spiritual tradition which builds immunity in the system. It builds physical immunity in the system. and the tradition of piercing lemon on the body is another immunity building Hindu tradition which Bhagwan always organizes for all his devotees, especially in Tiruvannamalai. So you are seeing now in front of you innumerable personal rituals being offered by the devotees of Paramashiva amidst the main temple festival that is happening in the form of the deity's chariot procession. You can see the rear view of Lord Muruga's majestic chariot making its way in the Mada Veedi. It is now on the big street. It is now on the Pegopuram street, which is the western side of the temple. And you can see the ocean of people literally clinging on to the chariot of Lord Muruga and the team of devotees who are pulling the chariot manually. Continuously lit camphor arati is being offered to the deity of Lord Muruga, and the divine smoke called the Sambrani smoke is being offered to Lord Muruga. You are seeing now in front of your eyes, which is the divine fragrance, the incense that is offered to the Lord in the Hindu tradition. You can see how traditionally it is done. The smoke is being offered to the Lord, and all the people are partaking of that divine smoke. It is part of the blissful lifestyle during these festive occasions. Slowly and majestically, Lord Muruga is making his way on the Mada Veedi surrounding the temple. You can see the ambulance, a fire engine, all the essential requirements to take care of the complete safety during this sacred festival, during this procession, is being taken care. You can see now in front of you the ambulance, the fire engine, in case any emergency needs to be taken care of, just as a safety measure. It's part of the colossal effort that goes into making this festival happen. You can see the beautiful temple wall on your right hand side with the sacred bull, Bhagwan Nandi, the sacred vehicle of Paramashiva, the deity, the sculpture of Bhagwan Nandi on the temple wall. It is called the Madil Sevaru in Tamil. The temple wall itself is very beautiful and ornately built. The Akhandadeebam, the eternal flame offering to Annamalaiyar Paramashiva, just outside the eastern entrance of the temple. And you can see on your left hand side now, the Aushadha Annadana is continuously happening from Bhagwan's parental home on Tiruvudal Street in Tiruvannamalai. Tiruvudal Street is one of the 4 streets surrounding the Arunachaleshwara temple on the southern side, called the Madaveedi, where the temple procession happens. And we just witnessed Lord Muruga passing by Bhagwan's parental home on Tiruvudal Street less than an hour ago. Continuously food is being served to the people of Tiruvannamalai from Bhagwan's parental home. And you can see the crowd has picked up. The crowd is increasing steadily. Towards the evening, you will be witnessing much more than what we are seeing now. A huge influx of people will happen towards the evening, as Lord Annamalaiyar himself will be starting his procession on Madaveedi. You can now see the food being replenished on one side simultaneously. You can see on your right hand side how the young children are carried on the shoulders of the elders during such festivals. Bhagwan himself as a child, his maternal grandfather, Shri Rajamudaliyar Tata, would carry him on his own shoulders to the temple every day in the morning and in the evening. Bhagwan says, I would wake up as a baby listening to the puja bell of my own grandfather. And Bhagwan says, the Nitya Puja that all of you are performing today as your own personal puja every day is a direct inspiration from my own maternal grandfather, Rajamudaliyar Tata. He would perform his personal puja every single day during the auspicious Brahma Muhurta time in the morning between 4:30 and 6, and Bhagwan would always be a part of that puja. And that is the everyday personal puja that Bhagwan has inspired millions of his followers to follow worldwide. Today, innumerable Kailasavasis start their day during the Brahma Muhurta time with yoga followed by their personal Nitya Puja. On your left, Bhagwan's own parental home. It is here that Bhagwan explored all the great Hindu sciences with all his gurus in Tiruvannamalai, yoga with Yogi Yogananda Puri, also known as Raghupati Yogi, with Mata Vibhutananda Puri, also known as Mataji Kuppamma. He explored the science of Tantra and Sri Vidya. With Sri Annamalai Swamigal, he explored the great science of enlightenment of Advaita. With Sri Isakya Swamigal, he explored the science of Vedanta. With Sri Mauna Swami Narayan Swami, he explored the science of Nirahara Samyama, of Kaya Kalpa. With Jadai Swami Narayan Swami, he explored Muruga Bhakti. With Sri Yogiram Surat Kumar Swamigal, his own predecessor in the great lineage of incarnations of Paramashiva in Tiruvannamalai, he explored the science of Bhakti, of Advaita Bhakti, deep devotion to Paramashiva. With Sri Narayan Sami Pillai, he explored the science of Aushada. In this parental home of Bhagwan that you're seeing on the left-hand side, all of Bhagwan's beloved gurus of Tiruvannamalai, the great gurus, the mutants, the enlightened beings of Tiruvannamalai, have stepped foot into physically when Bhagwan was a child. And it is here in Bhagwan's parental home that Bhagwan started the grand revival of Kailasa. His hard work started right from 1978 when he assumed the human form in this very parental home. What is happening in front of our eyes is too historic. On one side, the flagship festival of Tiruvannamalai, the Karthigaidheebam festival, is happening, and on the other side, continuous Aushada Annadan, free food, is being offered from Bhagwan's own parental home to the millions of devotees of Paramashiva. It is the greatest joy of our beloved Bhagwan to always serve food to his devotees, because with every ladle of food that is being served, his blessings are reaching his devotees for their conscious sovereignty, for the flowering of their consciousness. It is not merely food, it is Bhagwan's blessings that is being served to every devotee, through which he blesses them to attain the superconscious breakthrough for which they have assumed the physical form in this life, in this very birth of theirs. So it is Bhagwan's eternal joy to bless the people for the superconscious breakthrough through the very food that is being served. It is this ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai, which you are seeing now in front of your own eyes, which Bhagwan has spoken of relentlessly. He continues to speak of the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai, the huge effort that goes behind maintaining the ecosystem to keep the whole enlightenment science alive for the people, as its innumerable celebrations, the huge team effort that goes behind each festival. Bhagwan has so detailedly explained to us every time. You can see here the untiring effort to keep the festival happening. It is nearing evening time. In just a couple of hours, we will be witnessing Paramashiva Annamalaiyar himself majestically traveling in his wooden chariot the largest of the 5 chariots on these very streets. Therefore, you are seeing the steady increase in the number of people on the streets as it is nearing the time for Annamalaiyar himself to travel in procession. On your left of the screen, you can see now beautiful panels describing the life of Bhagwan during his childhood years here in Tiruvannamalai. The first 17 years of Bhagwan's life from 1978 to 1995, which Bhagwan spent in Tiruvannamalai. Photographs from that period you can see as biographical panels on your screen. The black and white photograph you are seeing of Bhagwan was taken when Bhagwan was 12 years of age. That was the first photograph taken after the enlightenment experience Bhagwan had at the age of 12. The very photographer who captured this picture is still residing in Tiruvannamalai, an ardent devotee of Paramashiva, and he has shared beautifully with us how this entire photograph happened in his own studio, in Kala studio in Tiruvannamalai. This is a very historic incident because Radhakrishna Gupta Ayya was direct eyewitness to Bhagwan levitating when he took the photograph. The photograph that he took was while Bhagwan was levitating. Therefore, that particular shot was not captured on the film because the frequency radiated by the body would not be captured on film during levitation. Therefore, he had to retake, and the photograph that he retook is what we're seeing in front of our eyes as this black and white photograph in the center. And this photo shot was organized by Bhagwan's own yoga guru, Yogi Yogananda Puri, also known as Raghupati Yogi. He organized for this photo shot with Sri Radhakrishna Gupta Ayya. He requested for his time because in those days, photography was very rare. There were just 3 main studios in the whole of Tiruvannamalai. So you would have to inform them priorly if you wanted their time, their studio time. So Raghupati Yogi Ayya requested Radhakrishna Gupta Ayya that for his time to take the photograph, and he took young Bhagwan to the studio, and Bhagwan actually levitated in front of Radhakrishna Gupta Ayya's eyes, and it actually Sri Radhakrishna Gupta Ayya shares that when he saw Bhagwan levitating 1.5 feet above the ground, it actually triggered fear inside Sri Radhakrishna Gupta Ayya because he had not seen something like that before. Bhagwan is reviving the great power manifestation science of Hinduism back on the planet, of which levitation is one. Levitation is one of the important powers in Hinduism, spiritual powers of Paramashiva, which Bhagwan demonstrated as a child, which he is now initiating millions of his followers to manifest. Today, the followers of Bhagwan are levitating. It is during levitation that all our engraved memories leave our mind-body consciousness system. We are liberated from many of our unwanted past engraved memories, and we take a jump in our consciousness, in our conscious growth during every levitation. So this photograph is very historic in the life of Bhagwan. You can see now the grand procession of Lord Muruga on your right on the 7th day of the 10-day Karthigaidheebam festival in Tiruvannamalai. Lord Muruga is one of the 5 deities called the Panchamurthys, making his way in the streets surrounding the temple. He is now on the western side street called the Pe Gopuram street. He is about to take the turn into the next street, which is the northern side of the temple, called the Ammani Amman Gopuram street. Lord Muruga is one of the 5 deities, the Panchamurthys, the 5 deities being Lord Annamalaiyar himself, Lord Ganesha, Lord Muruga, Devi Parashakti, and Chandikeshwara, the divine Lord of accounts, the Lord who keeps the celestial accounts. You can see the lofty temple tower on the western side called the Pe Gopuram. It is on this street in the famous Kamalakshi Panduranga auditorium that the huge public discourse, the presidential address of Bhagwan happened in the early years of the mission of KAILASA in 2004 during the famous Ananda Ula tour of Bhagwan, where the entire town gathered to witness Bhagwan's spiritual discourse. The Kamalakshi Panduranga auditorium is on this very street. It was a huge celebration for the people to have Bhagwan back. It was the first public discourse that Bhagwan delivered in his own hometown after he returned. After Kailasa was established in 2003, after the inauguration of Adi Kailasa in 2003, this was the first public discourse Bhagwan delivered in his own hometown. After the long years of spiritual wandering and after establishment of the headquarters at Adi Kailasa in Karnataka, the first public discourse in his own hometown happened on this street in the Kamalakshi Panduranga auditorium. Lord Muruga is about to turn into the northern side of the Madavidi. Completing the fourth leg of his procession. The fourth leg is the northern side leg of the 4 streets surrounding the temple. You can see in the background the Pe Gopuram, which is the western side temple tower of the Arunachaleshwara temple. There are 9 lofty temple towers in the entire temple. This is the western side temple tower, which is also the western side entrance to the temple. You can enter the Arunachaleshwara temple through all the 4 cardinal directions, the north, south, west and east. And at the entrance, you will find the lofty temple towers situated. You can see the giant wheels of Lord Muruga's chariot, the wooden chariot. You can see continuously the synchronized effort happening amidst the team, the temple team, the various communities that make the procession happen. All the 5 chariots are manually pulled by the devotees themselves. It is their joy to offer their entire physical effort in service to Paramashiva and all the Hindu gods during this 10-day Karthigaidheebam festival. You can see the continuous celebrative mood of the people, the spiritual fervor and mood of the people. You are seeing here the clinic of Dr. Pugalendi. Dr. Pugalendi is one of the direct eyewitnesses in the life of Bhagwan in Tiruvannamalai. He recently left his body. When he was alive, it was Dr. Pugalendi who attended to Bhagwan when Bhagwan returned to Tiruvannamalai after 9 arduous years of spiritual wandering and reaching to the people where they are across the length and breadth of India, journeying by foot. When Bhagwan was returning from Himalayas to down south, he was traveling in an army truck in an instance, and he happened to incur a fracture in his backbone when he was traveling in the army truck, which heavily jolted during the journey. And when he arrived in Tiruvannamalai, it was Dr. Pugalendi who attended to Bhagwan, and we have Dr. Pugalendi's beautiful sharing with us that Bhagwan told him that he would have no medication, and Dr. Pugalendi honored Bhagwan's words and did not insist on either an X-ray or medication. With neither an X-ray or medication, Dr. Pugalendi shared with us, miraculously he saw Bhagwan recovering with just his own divine healing energy. Every street, every home has its own sweet memory in Bhagwan's divine life during his first 17 years here in Tiruvannamalai. You can see the people having darshan of Lord Muruga from their own home balconies, closer to the deity than the people on the streets.
Nithyananda சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்.
Yes, we can now again see the Aushada Annadana happening at Kailasa Tiruvannamalai Shri Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi, Bhagwan's parental home on Tirugudal Street. Untiringly day and night, Bhagwan's devotees, sannyasis, the Kailasa-vasis, are serving the Aushada Annadan, the food, to the devotees of annamalaiyar from Bhagwan's own parental home, which Kailasa has recently legally secured into its divine fold. The people of Tiruvannamalai are celebrating having Bhagwan back in Tiruvudal Street after 28 long years. Bhagwan left Tiruvannamalai in 1995 at 17 years of age to execute the explosive mission of Kailasa. But the revival of Kailasa started right here in Bhagwan's parental home, in every sphere of the Hindu tradition, be it yoga, puja, aushada, or the spiritual power manifestation, or the Hindu festivities, the celebrations. Every stream of Hinduism, the revival of every stream in Bhagwan's extreme hard work started here in his parental home, which you are seeing now in front of your own eyes on the left hand side. From his own home today, Bhagwan is serving food to his dear devotees during this most auspicious flagship festival, the Karthigaidheebam festival of Tiruvannamalai. You can see the continuous coordinated effort of the devotees of Bhagwan happening in his parental home to keep the Annadan going non-stop. It's a marathon Annadan, day and night, come rain or shine, during this entire festival, serving the huge convergence of devotees during this entire period.
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம் வளருகின்ற எண்ணமோ வாழ்வ சோகமாக்கிடும் ஆழ்ந்து செயல் செய்ய அது மாயமா மறைஞ்சிடும் வளருகின்ற எண்ணமோ வாழ்வ சோகமாக்கிடும் ஆழ்ந்து செயல் செய்ய அது மாயமாய் மறைஞ்சிடும் மீண்டும் உருவாகும் அந்த சக்தி தன்னை தீர்த்திடும் என்ன மறைந்தோட அது ஆன்மீகத்தில் சேர்த்திடும் மீண்டும் உருவாகும் அந்த சக்தி.
While the devotees of Annamalayar are immersed in the ocean of bliss, in the spiritual fervor of this entire happening, they quickly step into Bhagwan's parental home on Tiruvudal street to pick up their meal for the day and then continue again to participate in the festivities of Annamalayar. You can see here on your right hand side, babies are being carried on cloth cradles on sugarcane on the shoulders of their family members and being offered at the feet of Lord Paramashiva, which is a very sweet tradition in Hinduism. You can see so many babies are being carried in this traditional way, traditional offering to Paramashiva. And you can see all the street vendors dotting the street on either sides, blissfully giving all the items of worship to the devotees to take inside the temple or towards the grand chariots, to the deities in the grand chariots as they are offering, be it the camphor or flowers or fruits or the beautiful garlands or the sacred coconuts which people break in front of the deities, which is a spiritual tradition in Hinduism. It's a huge organic happening in front of your eyes. On one side, the ocean of devotees, the majestic day procession of Lord Muruga, gliding on the Madavidi, the street surrounding the Arunachaleshwara temple. And simultaneously, you can see on the left of your screen the non-stop Annadana being served to the devotees from Bhagwan's own parental home on Tiruvudal street. Bhagwan's home is his people's own home in Tiruvannamalai. The people of Tiruvannamalai are extremely comfortable in KAILASA in Tiruvannamalai, and they are so eager to come and receive the food served by Bhagwan through the hands of his devotees.
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது
You can see here all the essential first aid utilities as a matter of precaution, like the ambulance, the fire engine, are all thought through, and they are accompanying the deities in procession to ensure a safe procession for the deities and the people. This is the karthigaidheebam, the flame that is on 24 hours of the day, offering to Lord Annamalaiyar. You are having a close-up view of the tall walls of the Arunachaleshwara temple, on which is seated the beautiful sacred Nandi, the sacred bull, which is the divine vehicle of Lord Paramashiva himself.
அதில் தேவி தரிசனம் நித்யத்தாயின் திருமுகம் கரை சேரும் வரம் தரும் அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும் அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும்.
You can see the fervor, the spiritual fervor, the devotion of Annamalaiyar's devotees coming and so eagerly partaking of the flame that is being offered to him. Lord Muruga is now on the northern side of the temple on the Ammani Amman Gopuram street, which is the northern leg of the 4 streets surrounding the temple, which are collectively called the Madaveedi. You are having a close-up view of the temple tower, the beautiful sculptures on the temple tower, a pantheon of gods that are carved on the temple tower of every Hindu temple. You can see the relentless service from Bhagwan's parental home on Tiruvallur Street, the continuous Annadan, free food being served. On the one side, non-stop replenishment of the food. On the other side, the non-stop cleaning of the food serving area, and simultaneously the food being offered. A continuous stream of devotees, which will only now steadily increase as the day progresses, because it is towards the evening that the crowd is at its maximum, when Lord Annamalaiyar himself starts his procession on Madaveedi.
அவள் தோன்றும் ஸ்வர்ணனா தோன்றும் அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்யேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும்.
You are having a beautiful darshan of Arunachala, Paramashiva himself, gracing as the Arunachala hill in Tiruvannamalai. On the left of your screen, you are seeing Bhagwan's own parental home called the AKS complex, where Bhagwan lived the first 17 years of his life on the planet from 1978 to 1995. And you are seeing the sannyasis and devotees of Bhagwan serving the Aushada Annadan, the free food distribution to the people of Tiruvannamalai, the food that is infused with divine energy, healing ingredients called Aushada. It is in this very parental home that all of Bhagwan's gurus have stepped foot when Bhagwan was a child. It is here that Yogi Yogananda Puri, also known as Raghupati Yogi, would come and take Bhagwan to the Arunachaleshwara temple, to the Kritika Mandapam inside the 4th circumambulation path inside the Arunachaleshwara temple, and explore the great science of yoga with Bhagwan. The Kritika Mandapam with its 36 pillars. It is on these pillars that Yogi Yogananda Puri would make young Bhagwan climb up and down as a child and explore the great Hindu science of yoga. It is in this parental home of Bhagwan where Mata Vibhutananda Puri, Mataji Kuppammal, Bhagwan's guru in Tantra and Sri Vidya, It is here where she used to come and take Bhagwan to Pavada Kundra, which is the sacred space where Bhagwan had the enlightenment experience at the age of 12 and where Mata Vibhutananda Puri built the first ashram for Bhagwan, the first Kailasa for Bhagwan. She would take him there to explore the great science of Sri Vidya. It is a great privilege and honor for the Kailasa-vasis, the devotees of Bhagwan, to be serving this Annadan from Bhagwan's own parental home, and that too during this flagship festival of Karthigaidheebam of Tiruvannamalai. You can see on your right, simultaneously, the majestic procession of Lord Subramanya making its way on Madavidi surrounding the temple. It is about to complete its rounds. Every day during this Karthigaidheebam festival, the Panchamurthys, which are Lord Annamalaiyar, Lord Ganesha, Lord Subramanya, Devi and Lord Chandikeshwara, come out in procession in the morning and in the evening on this Madavidi, the 4 streets surrounding the temple, and grace and bless the millions of devotees who throng them during this 10-day festival. And it is during this 10-day festival that Paramashiva annamalaiyar gives enlightenment to all the beings in all the lokas, all the universes. On this 7th day of the festival that we are witnessing, Paramashiva annamalaiyar comes out to give enlightenment to the beings of Bhu-Loka, which is planet Earth. Bhu meaning earth, Loka meaning universe or world. So today is the day Paramashiva comes out, Annamalaiyar comes out to give enlightenment to all us human beings of Bhu-Loka and other beings of Bhu-Loka, which is why today he travels in a wooden chariot, because the wood is the element of the human world. Therefore, he travels in a wooden chariot. All the 5 deities travel in wooden chariots on the 7th day of the festival. And today is the day when there is only a single procession of the 5 deities, because it takes that much enormous amount of time for the 5 deities to travel around the Madavidi, blessing the devotees in their respective temple chariots. On the other remaining 9 days, the Panchamurthys, the 5 deities, travel in their own respective divine vehicles. Each of the deities has his own divine vehicle on which the procession takes place. Today is the day when all the 5 deities grace from the grand temple wooden chariots. The food is continuously being replenished as we are watching. And the devotees continue to walk into Bhagwan's parental home. to receive the food. Which, with so much of patience and humility, you can see the whole Annadan happening. You can see the sannyasis of Bhagavan blissfully serving the Annadan in continuous synchronized effort to make the Annadan happen continuously. Yes, you are now seeing the eastern side entrance of the temple called the Teradi Street. You are having darshan of the Arunachala hill in the background, Paramashiva himself in the form of the Arunachala hill. And you are seeing the eastern side temple entrance. You are seeing the 16-pillared, beautifully sculpted, ornate hall, the mandapam with 16 pillars, where the 5 deities are brought out of the temple and path, and the final offering of Arati, lit camphor, is offered to them inside the 16-pillared mandapam before they set out in procession on the streets. That is the mandapam, the hall that you are seeing in front of you. It is one of the most exquisitely carved and painted halls of the temple. The sannyasis and devotees, it is a moment of days of celebration for them to be serving the Annadan from Bhagavan's own parental home. You can see the faces of the sannyasis and devotees of Kailasa blissfully immersed in the divine service to Annamalaiyar's own devotees. You can see the majestic procession of Lord Muruga. It has now entered the Teradi street, about to complete its procession, coming back to the main eastern entrance. And the people are continuously traveling in procession along with Lord Muruga, along with Lord Subramanya. You can see the devotees pulling the chariot of Lord Muruga with great fervor and synchronized effort. Lord Muruga is slowly moving in his grand procession back to the eastern entrance of the temple, where he would be completing his procession. As Lord Muruga is nearing the eastern entrance of the temple, we are having another view, darshan of the eastern entrance itself. This is the eastern side entrance to the Arunachaleshwara temple. It is from here that the Panchamurthys procession commences. The procession of the 5 deities from the temple. It commences from this very area, which is the eastern side. You can see the devotees of Annamalaiyar carrying back plates in both of their hands and extending their own home kitchen vessels to receive the food, to fill with the food served by Bhagwan from his own parental home. Each of them sometimes carrying plates in both of their hands for their family members. And here you can see on your right hand side the huge flower garlands that adorn these huge temple chariots. Tons of flowers are tied during this 10-day festival in Tiruvannamalai to adorn Annamalaiyar himself and all the other deities, to adorn the very vehicles that carry the deities and these grand temple chariots. It is the revival of all of this grandeur of Sanatana Hindu Dharma that Bhagwan has been relentlessly working for from the time he assumed the human form on planet Earth in 1978. Today, we see all the temples of KAILASA worldwide reviving all these traditions in its micro details. We have seen the temple chariots in Adi KAILASA and in KAILASA Tiruvannamalai. On the mountain path, we have seen these very temple chariots carrying the deities of the presiding deities of Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Mother, Divine Mother, Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti in grand temple chariots built by Bhagwan. Every day during this 10-day festival of Karthigaidheebam, the Mandagapadi offering is being offered by Bhagwan from his own parental home to Annamalaiyar. When Annamalaiyar passes by in procession and halts outside Bhagwan's parental home to receive the Mandagapadi. The Mandagapadi is a traditional offering to the Lord which comprises all the items used in worship of the Lord, from his royal robes to the items used in his sacred bath, the Abhishekam, to the items used in the ritualistic worship offered to him. All the items are offered as Mandagapadi to the Lord. You can see the crowd of the devotees steadily picking up on Tiruvural street inside Bhagwan's parental home, coming to receive the Annadana, the food. Smaranat Mukti Arunachalam, mere remembrance of Arunachala, mere remembrance of the Arunachala hill, the Arunachaleshwara Linga, or the divine incarnation of Paramashiva, mere remembrance of Arunachala liberates one from the cycle of birth and death itself. That is the literal meaning of the words Smaranat Mukti Arunachala. Mere remembrance of Arunachala liberates. And these 10 days of the Karthigaidheebam festival keep the whole of humanity immersed in remembrance of Arunachala all day and all night. They go home only to prepare, to rest a bit, to come back for the next day's festivities of Arunachala.
இருக்க மதை
You can see here, while the devotees are receiving the Aushada Annadana, the sacred food offering, they are reading the divine life happenings in the life of Bhagwan as a child here in Tiruvannamalai through the biographical panels that you are seeing on the screen now. All the divine leelas, the divine incidents in Bhagwan's life during the first 17 years of his life on the planet, which he spent right here in his parental home, where the Aushada Annadan, the food distribution, is happening.
मूषिकवाहन मङ्गलदायक गौरीनन्दना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्य.
You can see here, Lord Muruga in his grand procession is back on Teradi Street, the eastern side, the eastern leg of the Madhavidi, the 4 streets surrounding the Arunachaleshwara temple. And you can literally see there is literally no space between the people in the thronging crowds. You can see the whole crowd moving as a single body with literally no space in between. As the time is drawing nearer to the procession of Annamalaiyar himself, when Annamalaiyar himself will start out on his grand procession on the Madhavidi.
शंभो शंकरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर अभय प्रदायक आनंददायक भक्त उदाहरणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर बंसीधर हरा श्याम सुंदर नाचे नटवरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर हे मधुसूदना भवभयभञ्जना मंगल पावना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नर्दन सुंदर नटन मनोहर करुणा सागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर जगदोधारण कृष्ण जनार्दन परमदयागन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा सत्य सनातना नित्य निरंजन भक्तपरायणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्य.
You can now see the huge traditional brass vessels that are used to store the Aushadha Annadana for replenishing the serving of the food. You can see here the huge traditional brass vessels that are used to store the food, from which the food is continuously replenished. These are the traditional kitchen vessels. These are the traditional vessels used in the Hindu temples as well as in the ancient traditional households to store food in large quantities. They are called anda in Tamil. So you can see those traditional andas on your screen on the left, storing the food. And you can see the sannyasis and devotees in continuous synchronized effort to keep the Aushadha Annadana going for the people. It is a 24/7 synchronized, relentless effort, completely micromanaged by Bhagwan himself for his dear own people. The food that Bhagwan is serving from his own parental home is his statement of love for his own people, is his personal blessing to each person who receives the food. Through this food, Bhagwan is transmitting a touch of the divine energy for the conscious growth of each being receiving the food. Kailasa and devotees of Bhagwan are continuously making their way towards Tiruvannamalai to be there physically during this 10-day marathon happening to serve annamalaiyar's devotees as Bhagwan's own hands. And on your right, you are continuing to see the majestic procession of Lord Subramanya on the Madavidhi surrounding the Arunachaleshwara temple. You can see the devotees of Annamalaiyar sharing few words with the Kailasavasis, Bhagwan's devotees, while partaking the food. The people of Tiruvannamalai never hesitate to share their joy of having Bhagwan back in Tiruvudal street itself, his own parental home, after 28 long years. The people of Tiruvannamalai continuously share their sweet memories of Bhagwan as a child in Tiruvannamalai. Each of these biographical panels depicting the divine life of Bhagwan as a child, each of the incidents depicted in these panels, there are direct eyewitnesses to each of these incidents, which are none other than the townspeople of Tiruvannamalai itself. The very people who are coming to receive the Aushada Annadan are the direct eyewitnesses to all of these divine incidents in the life of Bhagwan as a child. You are now having a beautiful aerial view of the Tiruvannamalai township on your right. This is a beautiful aerial view of the entire Tiruvannamalai temple with its 6 circumambulation paths. And now darshan of Arunachala and darshan of the Rajagopuram, the eastern side temple tower. The devotees, the Kailasians, are blissfully taking turns in serving the Aushada Annadana round the clock. And now, on your right, you are having a beautiful aerial view There are 9 towers in the Tiruvannamalai temple. And now you are having a close-up aerial view of the temple itself.
கல்பவ்ருக்ஷவாகனமதில் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் கல்பவ்ருக்ஷவாகனமதில் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் வேண்டுகின்ற வரமெதுவும் வேண்டும் முன்னே தந்திடும் வேண்டுகின்ற வரமெதுவும் வேண்டும் முன்னே தந்திடும் காட்சி தன்னை கண்களும் கண்டதும் கேட்க எந்த வேண்டுதல் மிஞ்சிடும் எண்ணத்திரை முற்றிலும் நீங்கிடும் நித்யானந்த வைபவம் ஓங்கிடும் ஆனந்த தரிசனம் கல்பவ்ருக்ஷவாகன தரிசனம் ஆனந்த தரிசனம் கல்பவ்ருக்ஷவாகன தரிசனம் வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும்
நித்யானந்தர் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோஸ்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு நம்ம சேர்த்திடும். பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோத்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு நம்ம சேர்த்திடும். செய்யும் அந்த தியானம் அது சித்தம் தெளிவாக்கிடும். சித்தம் தெளிவாக அது தெய்வீகத்தை கூட்டிடும். செய்யும் அந்த தியானம் அது சித்தம் தெளிவாக்கிடும். சித்தம் தெளிவாக அது தெய்வீகத்தை கூட்டிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்தர் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். சொந்தமாக்க எண்ணிவிட சேர்ந்திடாம ஓடிடும். தென்றலாக வீசிடும் தேகந்தா சிலிர்த்திடும். சொந்தமாக்க எண்ணிவிட சேர்த்திடாம ஓடிடும். கைகளும் துறக்க அது கனிவுடனே நிறைஞ்சிடும். இதயத்துக்குள்ள இனிதாக வரும் ஆனந்தம். கைகளும் துறக்க அது கனிவுடனே நிறைஞ்சிடும். இதயத்துக்குள்ள இனிதாக வரும் ஆனந்தம். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்தர் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். சொர்க்கலோகம் என்பதும் நரகலோகம் என்பதும் வெளியில் தானே உள்ளதுன்னு வீணாகத்தான் தேடினோம். சொர்க்கலோகம் என்பதும் நரகலோகம் என்பதும் வெளியில் தானே உள்ளதுன்னு வீணாகத்தான் தேடினோம். கொண்ட எண்ணம் தானே அந்த நிலைய நமக்கு காட்டிடும். எண்ணம் தெளிவாக மனம் சொர்க்க வாழ்வை கண்டிடும். கொண்ட எண்ணம் தானே அந்த நிலைய நமக்கு காட்டிடும். எண்ணம் தெளிவாக மன சொர்க்க வாழ்வை கண்டிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்தர் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். சோகமாக்கிடும். ஆழ்ந்து செயல் செய்ய அது மாயமா மறைஞ்சிடும். வளருகின்ற எண்ணமோ வாழ்வ சோகமாக்கிடும். ஆழ்ந்து செயல் செய்ய அது மாயமா மறைஞ்சிடும். மீண்டும் உருவாகும் அந்த சக்தி தன்னை தீர்த்திடும். எண்ணம் மறைந்தோட அது ஆன்மீகத்தில் சேர்த்திடும். மீண்டும் உருவாகும் அந்த சக்தி தன்னை தீர்த்திடும். எண்ணம் மறைந்தோட அது ஆன்மீகத்தில் சேர்த்திடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும். எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். ஏற்றமான வாழ்க்கையும் இறக்கம் கண்ட போதும் மனம் ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளும் பக்குவத்தை பாங்குடனே கொள்ளணும். ஏற்றமான வாழ்க்கையும் இறக்கம் கண்ட போதும் மனம் ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளும் பக்குவத்தை பாங்குடனே கொள்ளணும். மாற்றங்களை தாங்க மனம் பெரும் தவிப்பு தவிச்சிடும். உள்ள மத ஏற்க அங்கு பரவசமும் நிறைஞ்சிடும். மாற்றங்களை தாங்க மனம் பெரும் தவிப்பு தவிச்சிடும். உள்ள மத ஏற்க அங்கு பரவசமும் நிறைஞ்சிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்.
live Nithyanandam.
ஐம்புலனின்னாலுமை துன்பத்தையே சேர்க்கும். குரு நித்யனனை நம்பு அது ஆனந்தத்தை ஈர்க்கும். ஐம்புலனின்னாலுமை துன்பத்தையே சேர்க்கும். குரு நித்யனனை நம்பு அது ஆனந்தத்தை ஈர்க்கும். அன்பு வழி மலரும் அகங்காரம் அது நீங்கிடும். சத்குருவின் பாதம்
Nithyanandam. Now we are witnessing the procession of Arunachaleshwara temple. 7th day Karthigaidheebam festival. The temple chariot is coming on the procession of Madhavidya of Arunachaleshwara temple. On the 6th praharam of Arunachaleshwara temple called Tiruvannal Street. On this street, our beloved Bhagavan's parental home is situated. Here, our Bhagavan had been lived 17 years in his young life. From here, Bhagavan is offering Aushadha Annadan to the lakhs of people who came to worship annamalaiyar here in the Arunachaleshwara temple. They are continuously, with the blessings of Bhagavan, his initiated disciples and devotees are in a continuous effort to serve the devotees of annamalaiyar, being them as annamalaiyar itself. On the right side, you can witness the temple chariot being in the procession. Thousands of people with their great devotion, they are celebrating annamalaiyar coming in the chariot.
யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும் ஸ்வர்ண நாக வாகனம் அதில் தேவி தரிசனம் நித்ய தாயின் திருமுகம் கரை சேரும் வரம் தரும் அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும்.
We are witnessing the Panchamurthys procession on this auspicious Karthigaidheebam festival. On the 7th day, the huge temple wooden chariot, you can see the temple chariot as will come in the procession, and it was pulled by the hands of thousands of people on this Madhavidi. அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும் அன்பாலண்டம் யாவையும் தாங்கும் அருட்டாயாய் நித்தேஸ்வரி அவள் தோன்றும் Devotees from all over the world came down to Tiruvannamalai, Sri Arunachaleshwara temple to get the blessings from annamalaiyar. Here, every year, this is a grand festival, the largest gathering of people in South India. Is this Karthigaidheebam festival. You can see the huge temple chariots with a Panchamurthi, that is 5 gods. Mahaganapati as the preceding deity, and the second one is Subramanya Swami, and the third one is Annamalaiyar, and the fourth one is Annai Devi Parashakti, and the fifth one is Chandigeshwara Paraman. All these 5 gods are coming in the procession to bless all the people who are all eagerly waiting to receive them. And here on the Tiruvudal street are beloved Bhagavan's parental home. On the Tiruvudal street, every day we are receiving all the gods and goddesses with the traditional respects and offering puja to all the gods. On the sixth prakaram of the Tiruvudal street, wherever Bhagavan's parental home is, in this very land, he lived for 17 years of his life, and in this very place, all the gurus of Swamiji had graced and blessed him. Especially the Arunagiri Yogeshwara is the embodiment of Paramashiva, who graced our Bhagavan in this very house and had taken food, prasadam, in this very home. And the other gurus, Yogi Yoganandapuri, his yoga guru, used to come to this house every day to take Swamiji and to take him to an Arunachaleshwara temple and to teach him yoga. And every day Bhagavan used to do yoga in the Arunachaleshwara temple's Mandapam. There are many temple priests and the workers of the temple. They witnessed Bhagavan doing all the spiritual sadhanas in the Tiruvannamalai temple, and they all shared their experiences with us that Bhagavan at his very young age, he was very much active and devoted to annamalaiyar, and he sincerely do all the physical works and the sevas to annamalaiyar untiringly, and this had inspired so many number of people in the temple to follow him, that the devotion of our Bhagavan and the hard work which he did in the temple become the inspiration source for so many number of temple priests and also the other workers in the temple. Even today, all the temple sevakas used to share their experience about Bhagavan, his amazing devotion towards annamalaiyar and his dedicated hard work and sincere effort of spiritual practice they shared even today with all of us.
ஆனந்த புரிதலில் நித்யன் அரசாட்சி செய்யும் தரிசனம் ஞானத்தின் ரூபமாய் தெய்வத் திருக்கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் ஆனந்த புரிதலில் நித்யன் அரசாட்சி செய்யும் தரிசனம் ஞானத்தின் ரூபமாய் தெய்வத் திருக்கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் அன்பு வழிதனை அண்டம் முழுதிலும் நித்யனும் என்றும் நிலை பெற செய்யும் தரிசனம் இதுவோ பொங்கும் கடலென பக்தர் குழுமிட நித்யனின் தெய்வ தரிசனம் புண்ணிய தரிசனம் அல்லவோ அருள் வாழ்வின் பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் யுகம் காக்கும் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான.
Now we are witnessing the deities being brought to the huge wooden chariot, and it is the sincere and dedicated physical effort of a number of devotees of Annamalaiyar had made this festival successful, and they are in celebration with annamalaiyar. With their own hands, the devotees of Annamalaiyar are pulling this chariot and bringing the chariot in the procession throughout. On the sixth prakaram of the Tiruvudal Street, the parental home of our Bhagavan is located, where he lived 17 years of his life from 1978 to 1995. Now, this very land becomes the part of KAILASA. KAILASA has legally secured the sacred space into its fold and offered it at the holy feet of Paramashiva. Here are Kailasa's Sri Nithyananda Jenmabhoomi. Now, it's serving the devotees of annamalaiyar continuously And as per the mission of our Bhagavan, so taking care of all the annamalaiyar devotees by doing all the sevas is directly we are serving annamalaiyar. So every day here thousands of people we are serving Aushada Annadan to annamalaiyar devotees, and they are all so grateful to our Bhagavan for the service which he is offering to all the people of Tiruvannamalai. Bhagavan used to spend more time in the temple than his home. During his childhood, he is personally known and he is loved by the 3 generations of Sivacharyas, that is temple priest of Annamalaiyar, Arunachaleshwara's temple. As per the Kamika Agama, the Hindu source scriptures revealed directly by Paramashiva, he has declared that to the south of a Hindu temple, the Rajagurus, the incarnations, saints and seers who guide the people and the rulers shall reside. While on the northern side, the Sivacharyas, temple priest, will reside. Is exactly as prescribed, as told by Paramashiva in the Kamikagama, our beloved Swamiji is lived in the south of the Arunachaleshwara temple, that is the Tiruvudal Street, 6th Praharam, where his parental home is located. And as the Paramashiva's incarnation, he guided the people from his young age, and who dedicated his life in Annamalaiyar temple and serve Annamalaiyar and